Right, so it is Wednesday, May 29th, 2024 at 5:31 p.m. in the evening. I'm going to call to order the Board of Finance of the City of Burlington. And our first agenda item is the agenda, and I'm going to ask for an amended agenda tonight because our fire department, our chief of fire, needs to attend something else by tonight. So I'd like to move, have the motion include amending our agenda to have the fire department go first in terms of department budget presentations, and then the prior order remaining the same after that. So would anyone on the Board of Finance like to make such a motion?
To adopt the agenda as proposed.
Thank you, Carlo. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Kane. Any discussion on the matter before we vote? Being none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. On to our second item, the public forum. You're welcome. To the public forum, and for public forum, we go first to members of the public here in the room first for public forum, and then we go online. So looking first in the room to see if anyone is here to address public forum. Come on up and introduce yourself.
Great.
Anywhere in the middle, it's really not a formal seat. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thanks. So first of all, my name is Kenneth Nosek. Sorry, public forum. My name is Kenneth Nosek, and I work in the office of the assessor, and I'm here to speak as an employee of that office. I'm also a City of Burlington resident, so I can use that too as the backside of my coin in speaking here today. Got a few different things to say. I'm not sure. Is there a time line? Do I have like 3 minutes, 5 minutes?
Like about 2 minutes, and
2 minutes.
who else is on?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'll try to make this 2 minutes. And excuse me, I'm gonna read some things so I can make sure I say what I want to say in a timely way. I as an employee have concerns about the city budget. I've worked in my office, the office of the assessor, for 12 and a half years. And there's always been this promise of a more robust staff in my office, a greater staff than 3 people. We have probably, I think, the smallest office in the city. I may be wrong, but if not, we're one of the 2 or 3 smallest with 3 people. And for most of that 12 and a half years, it's been 3. Supposedly, we were gonna get a 4th permanent person in my office sometime during or after this past reappraisal 2021, and that's been a rocky road. And we are currently at 3 staff members. This has impacted my office, it's impacted my job. And we work with a 3-person staff. There's not a lot of wiggle room to say no or to not care about what's happening in your office. Our office, as of April, the same week our deputy assessor left, we just got a new hire. We didn't know they got our office. And the person that was going to train them was the person that left that same week. So a lot of those duties fell on the shoulders of either myself or the city assessor. Meanwhile, we're undergoing our just stepping into our period of time when we have to deal with our grievance hearings. And there's a lot of things to do, and each of us have our own roles to play. And you know, we all had to figure out how to get the roles that needed to be played by the people that we have and make our office function, even though one of us was absolutely new and didn't know any of it. The employees of my office have skills that are unparalleled by other city employees. The work of our profession is not that of accountants. We are actually creating values, but we have to do that not in front of a spreadsheet. We have to do that person to person, taxpayer. We have to go out, it's direct service. We have to see properties, talk with people, defend values, and that's all takes time, more time than just put a line item on a spreadsheet. Even though we're creating values, and at the end of the day, that's all people see. These same grand list values are asked of my office to increase every year after year, after year after year. There's never been a year where they say, don't bother increasing. It's always increase, increase, increase. And I just asked, how do we increase? How do we do more with less staff? Like the whole idea of getting more staff and having a more robust office was so that we could do more work. So I would like to make sure that within any budget proposed, we have all 4 staff remaining in our budget for fiscal year 2025, because we either need to have that fourth person, or we need to have the ability to reorganize, which means reorganize our workload and get compensated for that. With the 3 people that remain. Great, thank you very much. And I will just say, in wrapping up what I've said today, is that I would like to see either the reorganization or the deputy assessor position for our office get filled fiscal year 2025 at the very beginning. And we've been through budget challenges before. This email from Mayor Weinberger in March 10th, 2022 was, all about like, we've got a budget crisis, we've got a budget crisis. And it seems like this time every year we have a budget crisis. But yet, since 2022, we've hired more people, and other staffs and other departments have become more robust. And I want that for my department. So thank you so much. I appreciate the time tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room would like to address the Board of Finance with public comment? Eye contact, so moving on to online. So looking online, to anyone who would like to make public comment, please raise your Zoom hand. And first, we're going to go with former City Councilor Sharon Busher. Sharon, we have about 2 minutes tonight. We're allowed to talk. Well, here we go. Sharon, you should be able to unmute. Hi.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
We can.
Hi, Sharon.
Okay, I've got this thing saying join as a panelist in front of me, so I don't know. I can't see you guys. It doesn't matter though.
Okay.
So thank you so much. This is a very busy agenda. Good luck with it. Anyways, it's not really a marvelous night in May, I wouldn't say, but anyways, I have 3 things to say. First of all, I looked at the REIB presentation, and I think that I applaud the department and the mayor for saying you need to have more than just the director. You need a core of people, and that core of people continues the work that has been done and all of the events and everything that people before have built into REIB, but also they will set an agenda for the future and will augment that staff as appropriate. And I expect that will happen. I think that starting out with 8 people without really having clear-cut direction or agenda is just throwing people at an issue that wasn't addressed for decades, for a century, whatever. But this seems like a more thoughtful approach, and I'm hoping that the people in that department feel the same way. So that's number 1. Number 2, city arts. If Doreen is in the room, Doreen, I really value you, but what I'm going to say is that over time, I have watched this department grow and grow and grow. And, initially most of the funding came from grants and fundraising, but now 1.5 million comes from the general fund. And I feel like they provide so many services, don't get me wrong, and they have such value, but I do feel that we need to weigh this versus I think we need retail downtown. I think we have a lot of needs, and I'm concerned about growing that department in the future. I'm really concerned about it. And I appreciated the color coding for who's temporary, who's full-time. Thank you so much. The last thing is CEDO. And CEDO is an arm of the mayor's office. I feel that the previous mayor didn't understand the power and the value of CEDO. I think this mayor does. And so I'm hoping, though, that the agenda for CEDO will reflect what the new mayor, what you have learned as you campaigned, what you know the priorities of the people are, and that is reflected in CEDO's agenda, meeting the needs of the community, the business community, and what people want to see, how we want to prioritize spending money. CEDO also has grown in need of general fund dollars. And as you know, it was bifurcated, and some of that goes now to Kara and some at CEDO. I'm not sure what the right structure is, but I'm going to leave that to have for future times. But I do hope that there will be a shift in prioritization from what CEDO was about into what they will be about and focused on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there anyone else online that would like to address the Board of Finance for public forum? If so, please just raise your Zoom hand. They can acknowledge you. I am not seeing anyone else. Let's see. That's right.
So Shannon's asking.
Let's be promoted. She should be on the panelist now. I'm not Brad right there. Just stop it.
Yes,
There she goes.
right there.
She's there. Okay, great. So seeing no other member of the public looking to address the board, I'm gonna close public forum and move on to our amended agenda. And for folks following along, we're gonna take the fire department first, followed by REIB and parks, et cetera, as the agenda structure. So first up, we'll hear from Chief Chance. Chief, and all department heads who are here, that's a reminder, heads up, I am politely and respectfully timing you for 15 minutes. So if you plan to present within 15 minutes, I'll give you a warning at 5 minutes. And then we'll leave 15 minutes for Q&A from counselors. We have a very full agenda tonight, so that is nice. It's time to get us all out of here before 1 a.m.
Could I have screen share please?
Maybe. I won't start your time until you're.
All right.
You're full. You
I'm about
want to
to
introduce yourself while you're.
I know how you like to stay on task.
I do.
My windows are open. All right. Yes, I can. Hey, everybody, thank you for presentation mode. All right. So first of all, this is a really cool picture of the eclipse, and that's all I'll say about that. I really think it's cool. So department overview, we are authorized currently for 96 personnel staffing the staffing that we've had for a long time, operating out of the 5 stations. The administrative division, which is my division, is staffed with 3 personnel, training division with 1, fire prevention with 3, which is the fire marshal's office, EMS 1, and we have 1 administrative assistant in the fire department. The current schedule is a 48-96 schedule, which we updated to not long ago and is working out very well. Incident numbers for 2023 calendar year, this is what you see. I hear a lot of, why is the fire department called the fire department? We only run 114 fire calls a year, but 7,114 EMS calls a year. Well, because it's always been called the fire department, I don't want to buy new t-shirts. But if you figure 114 fire calls a year, that's 2 a week. I mean, I'm glad we don't have more than that. And a lot of that has to do with the work of these crews doing fire prevention and the fire prevention division. So that number being low is a win for the fire department and this community. This organizational chart is one that everybody has seen before in previous slides. Me, when I was the administrative chief, hated it because it makes me look terribly lazy. But so what I did is I expanded them a little deeper. This is the deputy chief of administration's org chart. It is a little bit hard to see, but you all have it in your you can all see it in the presentation. Deputy chief of operations. This is the training division and EMS division org charts. And again, if anybody wants me to go through these a little deeper, I'm happy to. But this is just to show you kind of the workload on these folks. And this is the division of the fire marshal. The fire department budget allocation for FY25 is similar to where it's been for years. It's about 93% staffing, 56% is salaries, 37% is benefits, 1% is utilities, and 6% is operational costs. This is the budget since FY21. You can see it is ever increasing. We are doing our best to increase our revenues to try and stifle the general fund obligation on our total budget. This year, our revenue increases is about $305,000 for ambulance revenue is what we're expecting for our revenue increases.
Some of that is natural increases and some of it is some changes in policy at the levels of Medicaid, allowing us to start billing for what they call dry runs or non-transports. So there's some Medicaid allowances for that. You know, when we talk about these increases and we talk about the public safety tax, okay, where did some of those increases go? Staffing costs, the living adjustment on our employees was 3.75%. And out of 93% of our budget, 3.75% is a significant chunk of money. But we are seeing operational increases for the first time in as many years as I can remember paying attention. Our training division used to have a budget of around $80,000 and it has slowly been chipped away to last year was 42.5. That's only about $500 per employee to keep trained to fire officer 2, fighter 2, and all the EMS training, which was very difficult. We haven't been able to send people to schools. We haven't been able to bring schools here. And we haven't been able to really offer training without like going for grants and things like that. So in this budget, we are increasing our fire training. We are also increasing our programs and supplies for EMS. We have had 0 EMS programs budget for bringing in new EMS initiatives, new EMS programs for workflow. So we're going to be doing that and supplies, which are ever increasing, just like anything else. All of the equipment that we use is going up double-digit percentages every year. Responder mental health services, it's something that's never been in our budget. We have a Fit for Fire committee, which covers fire and which covers mental health and physical health for our firefighters. The physical health for our firefighters, we do get some money from Cigna every year, and that through HR, and that allows us to buy workout equipment and things like that, but we do not receive any money from mental health services. This budget, we have money in there for mental health services and programs for our responders. Fire station building maintenance, as we know, the buildings are not getting newer. We're trying to keep them up as best as we can, and there's a lot of deferred maintenance on these buildings that is not covered by capital. So we're trying to, we did increase those budgets to keep things running smoothly, like all the bay doors, all the heating and cooling systems, all of those things. Turnout gear and safety equipment, we increased that line item. When we increased it a number of years ago, we increased it for everybody to have 2 sets of fire gear for cancer prevention. We also increased it for annual NFPA 1851 inspections of fire gear. That allowed us to have a company come in and do a certified 1851 on everybody's equipment and do an annual cleaning. Of course, with costs going up, double-digit percentages for purchasing fire gear, that has eroded our purchasing power for those 1851s. So last year, we were only able to do half of our gear. So this increase in budget brings it back to the ability to bring the 1851 inspections and cleaning program back to everything. Fire hose is something that went up just because it does. And another large increase on safety equipment is SCBA. Currently, our SCBA is 2 cycles out of compliance. We do not have. What we're trying to do is get money into our budget, and that's what's in here. You'll see $104,000 increase to the SCBA line this year over last year. The reason for that is we want to replace all of our SCBA at once rather than have some in this like replacement cycle and some in the next, because unfortunately, like everything, they update things and connections don't match. So you have firefighters come in, they want to connect their mask to their bottle and they can't do it because the connections don't match. So we're trying to, for safety, we want to keep everything consistent. And we also want to keep that budget number consistent rather than having a balloon of $800,000 capital expenditure any one year, we want to keep that expenditure constant throughout the cycle, so we had that money put into our budget. Fire marshal's programs, our fire marshal's office currently has a budget of about $4,000 a year, and that's for basically what they buy with that is educational things like coloring books and fire hats and that kind of stuff. We're trying to increase those fire marshal programs. We want our fire marshal's office to be out there doing more public education, operating some open houses, doing education in schools, doing fire extinguisher training, that kind of stuff. So we're increasing our budget for our fire marshal so he can offer programs in the community. Uniforms is Class A uniforms. With the increase in uniform costs, just like everything, we've been unable to keep up on Class A uniforms, which is what you see the firefighters wearing there. We wear them for, unfortunately, we mostly wear them for funerals, but we do wear them for happy events like we have a awards night coming up or a recognition night coming up in June. So you'll see firefighters walking around in their Class A uniforms. And maintenance contracts, this is mainly the increase in this maintenance contracts for EMS. We were scrounging for money last year for maintenance, a maintenance contract. And this covers all of our stretcher maintenance, all of our defibrillator, the 12-lead defibrillator maintenance. And it allows us to have them come in and do all that, not just maintenance, but certifications on all that equipment. So this brings that line item to where it should be. There's a couple of other not fun things that increased. One is ambulance tax assessment and billing services. Those are percentages of our revenue. We love seeing more revenue, but unfortunately billing services, they charge 3.75% on the revenue. And the state charges, I think it's 3.25%. They charge for whatever ambulance revenue as an ambulance assessment fee. So a tax. So anytime revenue goes up, those numbers go up as well. And those increases this year based on new revenue numbers is up about $36,000. Accomplishments in FY24 that we're pretty proud of. 5 minutes. One. Creation of the CRT, successful completion of our recruit classes. We just started another one yesterday with 5 new employees, which is exciting. We're trying to continue sending folks to paramedic school. We have a new public safety radio system being installed. It's not installed yet, but they're deep into the project. New station alerting, new bunk rooms at Station 2. Ladder 4 has been received. We have an ambulance that's going to be received in the next month. And all exciting stuff. New fire trucks being delivered in FY25. Station 3 upgrades, infrastructure, both Station 1 and 2, apparatus floors and stairs that are failing, recruitment and retention. Promotions. We have some promotions coming up. You probably saw in the news where our deputy chief of operations is moving on to be the fire chief in Montpelier. So we're going to be promoting that. So there's quite a lot of high level changes and some new folks that are pretty excited to be working there. And that's it.
Thank you. Paying attention, but I need to stop. We have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. So I want to. Well done, Chief. All right, so.
Questions or discussion?
Great, thank you, Chief. Any questions from members of the Board of Finance or other city councilors for that matter as well? You can go back to the panelists version. I can see everybody online.
Oh, let me stop my share.
Great. First in the room, any questions from councilors? I'm gonna go first with Councilor Grant and then to Councilor Barlow.
Hi, not as much as a question. I just wanted to state for like a goal for FY25. I would love to see a robust discussion around the idea that the department had about creating a fire dispatch and leading a regional fire dispatch. So yes, that's going to require initial investment, but the idea being that other cities and towns would become part of that and pay Burlington for that service. And it would thus end up being something that was revenue generated. Current administration support in that idea. Thank you.
Councilor Grant. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about the increase in ambulance fee revenue. Is the 322,000 just from being able to bill for dry runs, or does it also incorporate anticipated increases that were outlined in the user fee study?
So there is some from the user fee study. Unfortunately, the user fee study was a little, they were a little unrealistic. A lot of the user fees through that study, they identified as 100% receipt. And Medicare and Medicaid have caps, so 80% of our ambulance revenue is Medicare, Medicaid receipt. So no matter if we can make an ambulance ride cost $10,000, we can't charge for that for 80% of the folks getting rides. A lot of that increase is just natural increase. It's averaging this year based on what we anticipated revenue to be, what revenue is. And right now we're up, as of the other day, about 1%, which is good. Unfortunately, I'm trying my best to solve problems, and I see a reduction in calls as being a win for the fire department, not a win for revenue, sorry, but trying to keep revenue strong, but on the other hand, trying to keep call volume in our community in a place where they don't need emergency services, primary care. So that a lot of that increase is just based on current revenue and what we expect next year to look like.
If I just add, Chief, that we went deep into this with the user fee study just to see what could possibly come. I was disappointed that there were assumptions made that we couldn't pull that much in terms of increasing fees. The Medicare piece in particular will require federal legislation change, emphasis on federal. So that's not going to happen overnight. I don't know when that will happen, but we did try to. We looked up under every stone to see what was possible, and we're disappointed for that one. I was disappointed too for that one. We weren't able to get the reimbursements that was assumed in that study. Other questions from councilors?
And one,
Please, yep.
So the 322 is what's realistic, what's realistic.
I would say that number is realistic. Yeah, I have been to the chagrin of some trying to be very realistic with what I think our revenue goals can be and not and be pleasantly surprised if we exceed them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Carpenter?
Just on that vein, is there more we can do on the Medicaid side? And on the Medicare side, I haven't been involved for a couple years. This is a statewide problem. It's a particular problem in the rural parts of the state who also can't recoup what they need from Medicare and have, you know, those demands. And it has to do with, I don't know, what the Boston wage area or some arcane thing, but I would just think that's a statewide issue because we call it. But I was asking on the Medicaid side.
Medicare, I don't know if you guys remember, a couple of years ago, Chief Locke was here and we increased ambulance fees.
Yep.
And I looked at Medicare, Medicaid reimbursements that he presented and current and Medicaid, Medicare reimbursements, Medicaid especially have gone up fairly considerably. And I think that's where we're seeing a lot of these increases.
Yeah.
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head exactly. I can send them if anybody wants to see them. But those have gone up and again, Medicaid is now offering at least a little bit of money for non-transplants. So that will be something that we're gonna be.
That would be important.
Yeah.
That was just passed this legislative session. It is controlled by state government. It's a tiny amount, though I want to emphasize being tied in state. So this is not something that involves Burlington given our size. I was quite surprised by my former colleagues passing such a minimal amount of money.
Yeah.
That it really increases for universities, especially the dry runs.
Yeah, Burlington can easily eat up all of that. So.
Anything else, Councilor, I would call Senator Carpenter.
Okay.
Okay, before we go to you again, Councilor Grant, any other questions from other councilors before I? Seeing none, Councilor Grant.
I was saying, point of clarification, just to make sure I heard correctly, that there's gonna be even, how small, money from Medicaid for non-transport?
Correct.
Cause we, I don't wanna say we lose money, because you can't force someone to be transported, but a lot of people don't realize that if people aren't transported, we haven't been getting paid.
Well, yeah, honestly, and if you go to something like, say, a diabetic emergency and you utilize a lot of equipment, which you do when you start IVs and things like that, once you wake them up and they are alert oriented, they can refuse transport, and that's not something you go for. You lose all that money.
Yeah, really important point in terms of tracking our revenue.
So trying to increase receipts on.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Anyone online? Okay, so Steve, I think that's an old hand from Sharon. Yeah. Okay. All right, see you none. Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
All your hard work. Next up, we're going to move to REIB, the Racial Equity and Inclusion and Belonging Office.
Hi, everybody. Me again.
Sharon, you want to just introduce yourself and why you're here?
I would love to. I'm Karen Duffy. I'm the Director of Human Resources. And I'm also the interim director for the Racial Equity, Inclusion and Belonging Department. It is my great pleasure to have Brad help me present. I also want to recognize Christian Berry, who is actually managing and leading the department. I think it's really important. I know she's sitting up here with me and she probably is like, okay, thanks a lot, but she's working on the day-to-day. And I think that's really important before we start this budget presentation, that folks know kind of how it's working. So, you know, a director does things like this. Christian has been with us for 6 months. That would be unfair to say, okay, budget time and whatever. And then we have how many weeks now? 8 weeks, 9 weeks, Mayor.
54 days.
Brand new. I see you're still trying to put it off on Catherine.
Meetings on it today. I wasn't.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, we have a lot of new stuff going on, and so I'm gonna attempt to bridge the gap here and talk about how we're gonna re-envision the REIB. First of all, I've been here a little bit after the REIB started. I came in 21. I just wanna acknowledge former Director Green and Director Carson for their work in this community. I think that's important. All right, so now we're moving ahead. Everything in the slideshow, I feel like I've got an email about. So this is our new art installation that is going in, and I know that Councilor Grant has heard a lot about it. So this new administration, I was named interim sort of at the very last part of the old administration, but the new administration really wants to re-envision. And I think a lot of the questions, you know, can go to the mayor in terms of, you know, future envisioning, and, you know, someday, you know, we can have an open conversation about this. But in terms of the budget, we really just want to talk about why the equity office was included. Well, not included, but created. I can't even read my own presentation. Everyone knows why. Everyone was here. It was, you know, a tragic time, a time that was, you know, not only was there a pandemic, but there was a horrific murder of George Floyd, which actually compelled me to run for office and end up in this seat. Don't know how that happened. Since its inception, the REIB has really provided racial equity training. It's partnered with the BCA to make public art more inclusive of the Black subject matter and glory. It's created the first and ongoing Juneteenth celebration. It's dispersed empowerment funds, which act like grant funds to further the work of racial equity in the community. And it's hosted other events. It's had a lot of iterations, and this year the administration is going to focus on strengthening the re-envisioning of REIB's purpose and goals. One important note is, the most important note is this was created with one-time funding. This was created with our funds. This administration, I believe, has a robust plan and to really see this through and really consider this work and how important it is to further it without one-time funds. And the team has been working on that.
I've done some fundraising, and so I think that's really important to know. Next slide, Brad. This is our current organizational structure with me sort of floating around in the HR office. Again, I'm not taking credit for the operations day-to-day go to Christian. The interim director, this is proposed by the administration. There will be an interim for a period of time for FY25. There are 2 program managers already working very hard in the REIB department. And we have budgeted for an administrative coordinator. That is a limited service position. We'll talk a little bit about that. Limited service positions in 2022 became part of the bargaining unit. So that is a protected position. That is a position that will become permanent after 2 years regardless. That's in the contract. So this will be a really nice addition to the department and really, you know, support some of the transitional work they need to do. You go, nice slide. Some of the, and we're rethinking sustainability. I've been privileged to do that with this team. I've been privileged to go ask for money for Juneteenth and for programmatic changes that we're making. Some of the things that the team is doing is they're partnering with fearless home buyers to provide strategies for first-time buyers. These seminars are offered free at no charge, and to be focused on the BIPOC communities. Preparing to work with the New American VNAC. There's all kinds of conversations around what that small organization needs. It's a small organization with big needs. The mayor has looked at their 2024 report and recommendations. I know Christian has, and there'll be some discussion about that as soon as next week. A lot of work with the Burlington School District. I don't really need to say this, but I will say this, that racism is prevalent in our schools. And I'm gonna say it again, racism is prevalent in our schools. And we need to address that with the fierceness of a mob. And this group will do that. Developing new training for city employees and external partners. I want to explain that HR has done a lot of training since the REIB, since Taisha's training. We've really tried to dig deep. Vanessa does a sort of a bridge training. We do an annual training. We go to departments. We actually visited the police department today with we call it Respect in the Workplace, but it has a big component of racial equity in it. And we're really looking forward to partnering with the new version of the REIB to do that internally, but also with external partners. And perhaps there's some revenue involved there, because I think it's really important work. And I think people really want to have that work. Who knows? But it's a possibility. Rebuilding the strategic plan through the partnerships and financial sustainability. That'll be this administration working hard to do that. And I have faith again that the team that is left here will be able to do that. And I know that there's a huge commitment to that. Next slide. Here's where we get to the budget slide. It's not fancy. Some of the things that I want to talk about here are some of the differences for this department. They do have, the mayor has reviewed the empowerment funds. Those will come back, which is excellent. The empowerment fund is really like a grant fund, but this administration and this team headed by Christian, they've made a low barrier process to folks to teach people to fish, Councilor Grant. We're going to use those funds to continue to do some of that work, TBD, with the mayor and this administration. We will still do some celebrations, and we'll try to spread that out. We'll try to celebrate a variety of folks. We'll still do our Juneteenth, but we also fund Black History Month, we fund the MLK celebrations, and there's also other cultural celebrations that we'd like to be a part of. And that, city folks, as we grow and diversify, will ask for our help with those things. And then, you've got your salaries and benefits. We're still gonna fund racism as a public health emergency. That's up there. It's a small amount, but really building off of what those tenets were about and moving forward with sort of a base and to start from here. Because I do agree, former Councilor Sharon Busher, exactly what she said is that we need to scale it back. We need to think about it. We need to think about what's helpful, engage, like this mayor has done, a group of people, and talk about what's important now. And I think it's important to acknowledge the past work, but I also think it's super important to move forward with intentionality. Slide. Ally Jen gets a plug. These are some of my favorite pictures though. These are from the Juneteenth celebration, and then of course, there's two of our local celebrities who are on the right. The vision for equity and inclusion has to go beyond City Hall, and I think that we all know that. We all feel that in this community is diversifying. It is growing stronger. There are more people of color. There are more people. There's a growing group of, just you can walk outside and see it, of people from different backgrounds, different cultures, different abilities, and we welcome folks like that here in Burlington. We always have. So we're gonna work on that. This administration is gonna work on that. And so all people can feel a sense of belonging in our community. I mean, I feel like that work is partially, it'll never be done. But when I think about where I want to live and I get mad about taxes and I get mad about housing and affordability, I think about where I want to get out of my car. I think about where I feel safe. And that's never not going to be important. So that's it, and we can open up the floor for questions.
Karen. With that, questions or comments from councilors? Councilor Carpenter?
I don't want to in any way diminish severe issues around racism, but there's other issues that have popped up, like all the work we did on the transphobia and other discriminatory behaviors. And I'm just tossing that out because where does that get housed in the city, so to speak? Is it this office? Is it somewhere else? There's been a few instances where we've been homeless.
Jump the gun.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that, Mary? Or you want me to talk first?
I'm happy to start, or do you want to start? Okay, great.
I'm looking back here, we've talked about that, just to let us, the mayor will talk about externally, but internally, we've, the REIB is part of the accessibility committee now. They have 2 members on that accessibility committee. Christian has been active in the LGBTQA community. We do feel like there needs to be an investment in all people, when I say different cultures, different communities, but also, different abilities. That's kind of, that's really important. That needs to rise to the top, because we do have, if we look at our demographics, we do have a lot of people there. So, yeah.
And I will just simply add, before I was even a candidate for mayor, and as you might recall, Councilor, REIB stepped in to hold some of that important work of addressing the transphobic messaging that was happening in our neighborhood and up and down the avenue in particular, which I think was the first time that issue was held by any department, and I really appreciate REIB stepping into that. This is part of the larger conversation on the evolution of really important equity work, and it's never to make marginalized aspects of our community, people in our community compete for limited resources, but this is about reimagining how we powerfully do equity work in our city, embed it permanently and sustainably within our city structure, and making sure that the office, however it's going to look going forward in the future, is has the resources they need and also engages the parts of the community that have not been as formally engaged as they should be for this city, which is why it's so important to really redesign, take a minute. And then once the staff and I have figured out some of these components that we really engage the community, that's the most important piece to this for me, at least, is making sure the community gets to help set the priorities of what comes next for REA. Anything else, Councilor Carpenter?
Oh, actually,
Okay.
more minor.
Sure.
So actually, conversation for probably Brad or Catherine, but it just pops out with such a small budget. You have your benefits line item, which could be small or big, depending on who the people are. And it just, I just toss that as a comment around wanting to make sure that department budgets are not skewed by that, which is to say, if you have 4 people that all want that family healthcare plan, that's a lot more than 4 single people who don't. And however that gets massaged accounting wise, I just think that's a caution, and it sort of pops out with small departments. And maybe in the future we should have a more blended, a lot of institutions give an overhead number, for example, rather than tie it to the position. tossing that out for maybe future consideration.
We have a lot to talk about in terms of benefits in the next fiscal year.
Put that hat on, and I will not do that now, but.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
expect you to change these numbers for this budget, I just think going forward, it's an important conversation. to have.
Yeah, thank you.
great.
Counselor Shannon?
Thank you. Kind of tagging along on what Counselor Carpenter was talking about, to also include the transphobia that we've experienced in our community. I wanted to add to that the anti-Semitism we've seen in our community, Muslim sentiments, and that I hope that as REIB moves forward, those issues will be considered as well, because I know a lot of people in our community feel really impacted by that. And it's also a real change that's happened in our community more recently.
Thank you, Counselor Shannon. Other comments or questions by counselors? Counselor King?
Just something very small, and I bring this up with pretty much all department heads, but I think there is a line item for parking, paid parking subsidies, and I just don't think that's good practice, subsidizing a particular mode of transport. I think, getting employees the compensation any other way, it doesn't disincentivize them from taking the bus or riding the bike.
Okay. Feedback for Brad and Catherine and definitely heard.
That's okay. Do like consistent comments.
Can I just,
Please, Counselor. Well, actually, Counselor, before you do, any other comments from other counselors who haven't spoken yet?
since Council King wants to ask that, putting your HR hat on, can you describe what that benefit is for employees?
No, I cannot. I don't oversee that benefit. I actually do the free bus passes, work with CATMA. I don't oversee the parking policy or any of that. That's under the purchasing policy, being under Catherine's purview. Another thing, but we do things like, we do incentivize. We have bikes all over the place. We have a bike program. We have an electric bike program. We have the bus program. In the contract, it is for specific employees for the free bus pass. They just started charging again, so we have a variety of incentives for people not to charge. And you're not parking, so we definitely do have some of those, but I don't reimburse parking, so I couldn't speak intelligently.
Flagging it for
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, counselors. Any other comments or questions for interim director Durfee? Okay, see none. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here as well. Really appreciate it.
Nobody's online.
I'm watching.
Okay, all right.
I think Counselor Shannon was the only one online, unless there's a.
I just want to make sure, because I'm not good at that either. I'm not. All right, thanks a lot,
We're
everybody.
mostly on it over here.
Appreciate it. Well,
The new kids.
I do not even bring my laptop, so I will.
Alright, moving right along, next up, I'd like to invite our Burlington Parks Recreation and Waterfront Department up to the table. We're like waiting for them. Anyone is welcome to come to the table, I can just get that in the beginning, if you wanna sit in the back, that's perfectly fine as well. I almost know who you all are. So there's no real hiding. No, it's only partial. All right, Cindy, do you want to start by introducing yourself and staff member that you also want to?
Sure, let me just pull up this slide really quickly and then if it's nice to have a picture. Just get a share screen going. Oh, I need a screen access over.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
Power that proposed. You ready? I'm trying to. Oh, there we go. Let's introduce the team and then we'll get back to the slide. So I'm Ms. White, I'm the director of Recreation and Waterfront. And we have behind our leadership team, Derek Rich is superintendent of park operations and central facilities. Gary Rogers is our long-term recreation superintendent. Gary, how many years?
For the city 25.
Sophie Sauvé, who is our Parks Comprehensive Planner. And then another long-term is Melissa Gate. Is how many years, Melissa? That's
29 with the city.
29 of the cities. She's our recreation facilities superintendent, and Erin is reporting in from Roosevelt Park, where her son has a semifinal game and is pitching tonight. So they definitely got a break from, and I'm gonna try to figure out, okay, Microsoft PowerPoint is not responding, so let's.
We can also have.
Oh, there it goes. It went up. Phew, great. Phew. All right, so here is a lovely picture. I think it's just a great picture to start because one of the things that we'd like to do in the spring, this is a good portion of our team is we like to do projects. And this was one that we did at Letty Park, cleaning out the bioswale. And we were blessed to have our Mayor Emma joined us that day for our trip. So it was just a great representation of coming right to the teams right away. So we appreciate it and everybody really enjoyed seeing Emma there. A slide here is about our department values, and those are ones that don't just sit on a tabletop every year when we do them as part of our one-on-one assessments. Comes up every year as far as what do people, what values really are meaningful to them that year, and we try to keep them right in forefront when we're setting our goals every year. Next up is our department revenue, and we did it into our three main blocks: our parks, recreation, which includes recreation facilities, and then waterfront. We all know what happened in 21 where things took a really big dive. And then we have been slowly rebuilding that, and part of that is just it's with inflation. We're working really hard to try and stay on top of inflation by increasing fees. The analysis that was just done on revenue shows that we still have more work to do. We look forward to working with the administration on that as far as identifying kind of citywide revenue and those rates, what's fair and equitable for our city, where we want to make sure that we're more than covering all our costs, and where we as a city we decide we want to subsidize because we think it's really important that we're bringing those to the community. Next up, we just did a little bit dive into our biggest revenue driver, which is the waterfront. So I thought you might find it interesting to see how that breaks out. We have our campground comprises of the campground sites. It includes the North Beach shelter, and it includes the concessionaire that's down at the campground. And that one has been a pretty steady one for us. We haven't had a lot of tremendous growth there over the years, but we're really excited, no pressure to Brad, but we're really excited about our new finance director because we really see a path forward there with cabins and pull-through sites. But there's the challenge of capital. So how do you, in something that would create a lot of revenue, how do you invest in that? So we're really looking forward to working with Brad for some ideas on some really creative ideas to make that work. And I think we have the right person at the table for that one. The next one I'll talk about is our marina, and the marina includes, we have slips down there, we have seasonal, commercial, and transient slips. The seasonal are folks that are there for the full season, and over 70% of those that are in our slips are Burlington Tobians. The vast majority of the rest of them are from Chittenden County. I think we had a tiny number outside of Chittenden County. But generally those are Burlingtonians that are staying at our marina. And it also includes Splash. So if you're thinking about where to eat at the waterfront, we highly recommend Splash because we get a good percentage of that income. And that's pretty good money for the department. And then it also includes the Oak Ledge shelter. We have in that picture there, the furthest over to the right is Rob Peterson. Rob came to us as a chief of operations from Vermont State Parks. Rob started his career in the 90s as a seasonal I believe it was out at North Beach. And it was just tremendous luck on our part to get Rob back, who's tired of working in a cubicle in his garage and wanted to come back out work in person. So Rob has joined us and brought a lot of expertise to the marina, and we see a lot of growth happening there with Rob's oversight down there. And the last one is parking. Parking's really, I have to say, has been fantastic revenue for the general fund in general. DPW is a great partner with us. We are not professional parking people. We just happen to have parking lots that people want to park at. Between Oak Ledge, Perkins, Pease Lot and at North Beach. So it's a great revenue driver. They enforce the lots, they take care of the kiosks for us, and then they just answer all our questions. And we get to use their system. So again, the parking has been a great revenue for the city and the overall general fund. Next up is a lot of information on the slide. Apologize for that, but it's how we spend our money, because I know that's one of the questions folks have is, you know, how are you spending it? 71% of our expenses are personnel. We do have operation costs. You can see there how our operation detail is. Most of that is in utilities and contracts. I think that works out to about close to 67% is utilities and contracts. And then Joe, anticipates your question, I wrote out the contracts so that we could see how were the contracts broken out. The security is at North Beach and at Perkins and the community boathouse for overnight in the summertime. And then our professional services, 75% of the professional services are for programs. So those are, you know, example I say is Lego camp. You know, we contract somebody to run that camp for us, we get a percentage of the revenue. Many of our instructors are contracted, the officials, if they're certified officials, they're contracted officials. We've got some money as far as for marketing contracts, and then of course, maintenance contracts. Just look to see if I have something else on that slide I want to cover, which that was it. Next one up is that FY25 budget gap. Can I admit how jealous I was of Michael Chance? He had like how our revenue grew slide. Yeah, how did we use our increase? But I realized it's their year to have it. We have how did we help with the budget gap slide. So we looked at a lot of efficiencies and savings. So we really tried to identify them, and I say activate them where, because in some years, you know, you can be a little greedy. You had some savings and you think, well, let's keep that budget line whole because we want to, you know, maybe we'll have another use for it another way. But we really looked for those efficiencies, identified the savings in the budgets and make those cuts. You getting back to Rob Peterson, he was a big help with us as far as compost at the Waterfront. We recently renegotiated the contract with the Spirit of Ethan Allen, and they're now responsible for their own compost, and that was a big savings for us. So we were able to make some reductions on the waste side. We have some savings, central facilities with Memorial Auditorium. Now that's not operating. Seller communications, okay, it's a small amount that we're able to increase, but you know, it's the little things that we're looking for. When we ask to see the bills, there is a lot of bills that we never see. They go into the clerk treasurer's office. We can try to remember to ask for them, but it's diving in and saying, you know, how are we spending that money? So we found some expenses in there that were a little surprising that we realized we were paying. And so again, taking that time to kind of dive into some of those bills and make sure we're not being wasteful with our funding. And then just prioritizing in-house expertise. Derek's team has got a lot of expertise, and they've been able to do some savings by using some of our own team to be able to do some of the contracted work. Conservation has had some seasonal savings with the full-time position that we added last year. And that might be more revenue. I feel like, you know, if you kind of picture the wheel turning and every time it turns, it gets tighter and tighter. That was like Catherine working with us on the revenue side, like every turn, like, okay, Cindy, one more turn, you can do it. And we've been trying to increase that revenue every time it's been asked for us throughout all of these iterations. Gary has been great when these net cost analysis, the user fee study came in, where could they add some more revenue? So really looking at our camps to see where we could increase camp expenses more. We will, again, continue with our scholarship program as we always do to make sure that that's not an issue. Adding in the surcharge for credit cards, that's been one where it's been a surprisingly big increase with the credit cards. Part of it was a new person adding at the CT office, you know, darn new people who looked carefully and realized that we were not covering the credit card expenses for parking. And she did a deep dive, so new people finding money, it's like, darn, we thought we were being charged, but little did we know we were not. And then adding impact fees for all external events at Battery, North Beach, Waterfront Park, and I feel like I missed Oak Ledge. So adding a deeper impact piece for all of our external events, it's another way we found more revenue. And that little table there, is just the difference between FY24 and FY25. The little tiny print you can see is that the numbers above may be slightly different than what you're seeing because we've made some small adjustments along the way since we created these slides. But just showing that 80% of the increase that you're seeing is personnel. Part of it is these special funds. Really, we've all been educated on best practices. We have a new capital person, Ashley, who's really been helping to educate on what you should be spending out of 800 accounts and what you should be. And so we moved the positions that are in the special funds, which are, we have positions in the Greenway and Conservation Legacy Fund and Bike Path Maintenance Fund. Moving those positions out of the 800, putting them into general fund, but moving the revenue over to cover them so that your positions are all out of general fund. So while there's a big increase there, we do have some revenue to cover them, and then COLA. So that's really the big jumps with personnel, and then just small increases in operations and other. Generally, the operations is your utilities, and the other is those credit cards.
That's about 4 minutes.
Awesome, I am almost done. Here's our challenges, concerns, just things that we've been thinking about. The deferred maintenance and upgrades to parks and buildings, you already heard that from Ashley with the capital report. Recreation nutrition program, that's a free program. As we tighten, there's no, unless we're finding grants. That's one where I can't say, I'm gonna add an additional expense to that camp program because Rec Nutrition is our meals program that we do at 5 sites across the city. We take the kids places that they get to get out of their neighborhood. We found this really fascinating grant with the Great Lakes Fisheries Program. Sure, they're giving us 100,000 last year, 100,000 this year. We just say we'll take them to the lake, which we do, and some other ones. So it's one where we've been able to get that grant in the past 2 years. We filled in with COVID funds before it, that all went away. But just something that we're keeping an eye on. It's a really important program, but it's not one where I can say, I'll just charge more money to them. Supporting staff growth on a tight budget. I feel like I just keep emailing. We've got these budgets, tight budgets. It's, we got this fee study. There's this analysis as far as efficiencies. So that's just kind of one where I feel like that I sometimes can be the no fun messenger. So just supporting everybody's growth and be able to do that on this tight budget. And then the beach closures and access to water. We've had more beach closures, so that's something that we're continuing to work on, and I know Aaron and their team is really working on that and try to come up with some creative ideas. And Derek and I were talking today on more creative ideas on beach closures. And we have in there just, what if there was a money tree? We all wish there was that money tree that was out there. We talked about growing one at one of our parks. It did not produce any dollar bills or $100 bills. A lot of that, when talking with staff is around staffing. It's just. If there was more admin support, being able to do more things like, Different's got ViewWorks and Secret Fix, all these things that come up that takes a lot of his time. And it gets to also then that parks and facilities and that gender neutral restrooms. Like a lot of our restrooms need to be upgraded, getting to the deferred maintenance and needs for improvement. So that's kind of, what if there was a money tree slide? You guys all had a chance to review that ahead of time. And this is just a really quick slide on our bike path maintenance and improvement fund, because we didn't cover it. Actually covered the other capital ones. This is one that was started in 2012. It's a half cent on the grand list. And that supports the continuity around maintenance of our greenway corridors and our natural service trails. And that is the Mighty Conservation Program team that's under the Parks Division. Dan's our city land steward. Daniel, who is next to him, focuses on our natural surface trails. Olivia, after that, is our bike path maintenance specialist, who focuses on 127 path and the main greenway. And then Megan, she's half-time with the conservation program and the community garden program, and then supports Derek on the other side with rentals and permits. And those are just all of our teams. We've got a great, amazing team. There's lots of folks that work for parks. And Derek has a tremendous number of folks on the park side. It's a really good team. But you guys have those in your slides. I just want to point out, we do have yellow there, is our ranger program. That's one we've been talking about since August on where's the future for that ranger program. The Waterfront team did a fabulous job getting that program started, but we've just been realizing that that's not the long-term home for that program, especially with a lot of the work that they're doing. But again, have done a phenomenal job of getting it up and going, but we show it in yellow because it's something that we continue to work on, is trying to figure out the right home for the public. And that's it.
Thank you.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
Shoot.
10 seconds.
10 seconds over? Oh, that's hard.
Totally allowable. Thank you, Cindy, and thanks to all of your here as well. Opening up for questions and comments from counselors. First in the room. The Carpenter.
Just curious, how many employees overall was the parks full-time FTEs and seasonal?
It's a really good question. I'm not sure if I have that memorized. I think it's about 67 full-time and 3 part-time.
Okay,
And that includes, like, we've got central facilities, custodians and buildings.
that would be helpful to, I'm curious too,
I can get that final.
how many managers or maybe grades.
It's all of that is in that,
The attack.
that's in that, all those org charts, has
Okay.
all the positions, has
Okay.
the grades, names. Okay.
And presuming we're gonna get more of a conversation about the urban park rangers and what's happening with that. Asking a big question mark because it's part of a bigger conversation, I understand, and it's, and this is not meant to speak to any particular employee, but it seems like it's perhaps not working as well as it should. It's not the staff, it's the.
Right, Cindy, I'm gonna jump in here because
Yeah.
Cindy has got this to my
Yeah.
attention in these first 6, 7 weeks or so. It is an example, one of many examples, I think, of how we be working more cohesively of how we do community safety. And that is exactly why I wanna, these advisors, I let folks know really gonna think about, and why I really wanna make sure we're working across departments and finding the best way to deliver. And while we figure that out, it felt premature to move anything, to then maybe move it again. So right now it's living in parks, but it definitely is part of what I'm considering a more comprehensive approach, and we have to get a little bit better. I don't think the park ranger has the resources that they need right now to do an effective job, and there's just better coordination and better use of our assets overall, including our community partners for us to part of that with. So to be continued, and yes, definitely, it's part of the bigger conversation. Anything else? Councilor Carpenter, Councilor Barlow?
Just building on Councilor Carpenter's question now, there's a certain amount of resource that we've had budgeted for in the city around the park ranger program. I know we've had 2, and we wanted to expand that program. And so what level of park ranger funding is there in the FY25 budget? And as we work out what how to better collaborate, I agree with you, Mayor, that that's something that needs to happen. We still need to make sure that we're, I guess, budgeting for that resource so that we don't find ourselves short-handed. We have shifted responsibility for public safety and approach to the rangers to some degree. I know they've also been providing many social services, but we need to make sure that we budget for that somehow, whether it's in the police department or in the ranger program, but it has to be accounted.
Yeah, and we continued, the funding is all in there. The only thing we shifted was we shifted some of the money out of seasonals and put it into some more of the like training and just because they needed more money in some of those places. We didn't have the opportunity to grow the budget, but we realized the seasonals are not always a great fit with the work that they're doing out there. So we were able to shift some of that funding into making sure that they get the training they have, the supplies they need, the equipment that they need.
So currently, we're budgeting for 2 park rangers, and they're essentially equivalent to CSO.
Pretty much.
Can I have one more? I can wait for others and I'll.
That's the couple. Go ahead, Councilor Barlow.
I just had a question about the user fee study had suggested that the 2021 cost recovery study. In the user fee study, they said that we could maybe recover an additional $463,000 in parks revenue. I just wanted to know if you thought that was realistic or if you had a chance to think about that.
You know, it's a high number. We've already increased our revenue a lot this year, which in some ways shows that we can. do that, whether it's that number or if it is allocated in the way that the user fee study suggested, the way that we did the study in 2021 was for the full department. This one just looked at parts of the department. So really, we need to look at the full department and getting to that, what I had noted earlier, determining what do we want to fully fund. So again, that 2021 one, we kind of had this, kind of a continuum, like, your parks are things that you support because everybody can go out to a park. And, your marina and your campground are up at your top, that you should be over, making more than what they cost for. So that'll be part of that discussion, and Emma's been great as far as having that early conversations about, it's not about BPRW, it's not about just BCA, it's not about these separate entities, let's talk about it as a city, about what's equitable. So I'm really looking forward to those discussions. So it's not gonna be just we might have done that user fee study in 21, this study happened now, but now let's like really talk about it as, as a city. So it's equitable expectations. If I answered that or not for you.
Cindy, I'm also just gonna add in, this was another structural disappointment I will have in this user fee study. We're gonna use it for years to come here. But one of the other challenges that's not only with Cindy's department, but you'll also hear from BCA, a lot of the fees set for fiscal year 25 have already been set because of the seasonality of the work of a calendar year versus a fiscal year. And so fees set for summer camps, fees set for a lot of things are already in place. So there wasn't as much ability to change fees in where we are in the budgeting cycle as I was anticipating. So this is a tool to use for multiple years, while we also, as Cindy was just saying, make sure we have an equitable policy across departments, so folks are engaging with the city and having a consistent answer around why are we scholarshiping these folks versus not? Why are we subsidizing seniors, for example, over here? Are we being consistent over there in terms of one arm of the city versus the other? So there are multiple layers to this, but it's again why, believe me, I push department heads to try to have those call outs in that study. What more can you do on these fees? And when we got into the details, we started to see these structural assumptions that just don't line up with where we are in our calendar for fiscal year, but also, as I said before in the fire department presentation, some assumptions were made where we can't net the kinds of increases because of Medicare not reversing on dry runs. It was disappointing. And you all have copies of the user fee study. We're happy to go more into detail of that as well at our, maybe not tonight, but for June 3rd for our next board events. Anything else, Councilor Barlow? Councilor Grant and then Councilor Shannon?
Sure, I had like one quick statement and then a question. Park rangers, very interesting position, because when originally they were kind of talked about, and we were kind of thinking about what park rangers do, it was thought that, hey, they can educate people about how to properly use our parks, educate people about our parks, also help out with some of the issues we saw with fires down at the beaches, because that was a situation that was getting out of control. And then it morphed into a big part of their job dealing with encampments. And they've been warriors about that. I would see them in action many times. So do we look at that as the actual job of the park rangers, or do we need to think about another type of position? So just kind of throwing that out for the FY25 discussion, because we had one thing that we wanted to do to give the experience of residents and tourists alike within our parks and trails, but then it turns into something else where they couldn't do that first thing. The other thing is, I was wondering, and I appreciate the time that you've given me around the issue at Keachich Park, and now we have this initial report that has given this amount for the remediation of the trees that were cut down and the damage done to that area. And I guess I'm wondering if that should be like a budget item, and do we have it as a cost and then potential revenue as a way to track it within our budget system? Because we want to make sure that the city isn't paying one penny for that remediation. As a city councilor and working, and the mayor's working, and everybody is working on this budget gap, we want to, that's not some type of unexpected expense to us. And I know that we have a lot more still to go through to resolve this situation. So I was wondering how it was going to be kept track of if it wasn't like a budget item. So just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Want to answer, or is that just a statement?
Well, that was second. The first one was a statement to think about FY25, and the second one is a question.
So they'll be still working through the process probably into July. So you wouldn't see it in this FY25 budget as like pre-budget type item. So they just want to address it that one because we'll still be working on that one. I would imagine that it'll be, into July before everything's fine.
Okay, and then does it become a budget amendment?
Yes, yeah, then, like if there's, we don't know what the final outcome is gonna be. It's, but it's making some assumptions that there'll be a check the city receives, then yes, you would do a budget amendment.
Okay.
And just to add on to that, Councilor Grant, I completely agree, there should be no impact to the city in terms of the harm done to that area. And if we are receiving anything, it should be to the benefit of the city in terms of revenue from paying for new trees, et cetera. And that will be the budget, just be super clear. And that is, will certainly have been Cynthia's expectation, it's my expectation that this is not at all to be a cost to the city in any way, shape, or form. So we'll keep you updated. As the mayor, I don't have to account for that in the budget, but we will certainly report on it. I'm happy to, I'll make it up by bring the Board of Finance when we get stuff from the person.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Shannon, I think I saw in your hand.
Yes, thank you.
Great, and then Councilor
I took it down to not be annoying.
I wrote it down, but I have short-term memory here, loss. So go ahead, Councilor Shannon, and then Evan, you're next.
Yeah, just following up on the park ranger program, I wanted to say that I'm fully supportive of doing something different with the park ranger program, but in the meantime, I think we need to know what it is. The park ranger program was much more effective last year than the prior year. And it's always been the intention of the park ranger program to both educate people and make sure that everybody in our parks are following the rules. And there's been a serious negative impact on families trying to use playgrounds and other people trying to use the parks when people are camping in the parks, which is expressly prohibited. And so I would like to hear more sooner rather than later about what we're doing now, even before the budget is adopted, to address this issue, as well as what's the plan going forward after the budget is adopted and what resources are being brought to bear. I think that most communities have an encampment team that would be a cross-departmental team. And I think that, as I said, lots of room for improvement, and I'm not married to the current system, but there does have to be a system. Thanks.
I'm going to take this one, Councilor Shannon. So, and I will speak to this a little bit later on the last agenda item, which comes with the recommendations from my office on how to do some immediate community safety investments. And one of them is about addressing encampment. And I'll give a little bit more of an update then, but as a brief advertisement, it's so many, I also be curious. I'm not sure you'll be here at the end. Is to simply say, I completely agree. And one of the first things I asked, even as mayor-elect, was to convene folks to come up with a more organized response than at least I saw as a resident of Burlington, of how we're handling folks who are camping on public lands in particular. And if we're going to not allow folks to camp and enforce our parks ordinance, as we should have to have a more dignified and organized response on the other hand, around where people are trying to simply exist and survive, because there are so many folks who are in the middle of this housing emergency are unhoused. So my deputy chief of staff has been working diligently across departments, just as you said, Councilor Shannon, with the Parks Department and CEDO, our homeless specialists, more people than I even probably know have been involved in these meetings, trying to come up with various systems to look at legality, to look at placement, to look at sites, to look at our limited resources and what we provide. They're very close to providing something soon, and we'll be bringing that forward. It's taken many weeks of deeper dialogue to talk about what is possible. So it's taken a little longer than I expected, but that is coming very soon, and you'll see a proposed minimal amount of money, but still money that we're hoping to put forward from the additional money we've identified We're doing the budget gap research that we hope to earmark for that particular. So stay tuned. Other questions, comments? I saw Councilor Litwin first, and then we'll go to Councilor Carpenter and then Kane. That's round. Councilor Litwin? We have about 10 minutes left on this item. We're gonna let you talk, and hey, Evan, you should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Great. I hadn't been upgraded to a participant, so thank you. The nice thing about going last is that all of my council colleagues ask all great questions, and thank you very much, Mayor Mulvaney Stanek, because that was a very
That was dramatic. That was. I answered your question before you even asked it. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yes,
essentially, yes. Sorry, there was
that's okay. It was a dramatic mute right before. It's like a mic drop on Zoom. I appreciate it.
I appreciate everybody's thoughtful questions. Mine will be smaller then. The one quick one about encampments is just, I don't know if Director White, we track the costs associated with dismantling and remediating damage and cleanup after encampments are either abandoned. I know that sometimes we store those items, but a lot of the times there's remediation that needs to occur. Do we track that separately in any budget line item?
No, we don't have a clear separate tracking for the cleanup of the encampments. I know Derek keeps track of, the various extra trash hauls that come out. But let me turn to see if there's any other tracking through them.
Yeah, staff time and trash.
Staff time and trash, it sounds like, for the larger cleanups.
Okay, thanks. Just as we're thinking about, like Councilor Grant brought up, he's like park and sort of thinking about really looking at what are the costs associated with damage to our assets. I think similarly, so it would be helpful, I think, for me in the future to better understand what are those costs, what are those staff time costs, what are those extra trash haul costs, and certainly no sense in going any further on that, but it'd be helpful to see for the future. The other question I had is about the security expenses. I noticed that for FY24, you've proposed 107,000, but I noticed that the prior years were all marked at 0. Was that because that was coming out of like one-time use funds, like ARPA money or something to that effect?
No, we used to try to do the seasonal, we would hire seasonal staff to cover the security, and we couldn't get them. People did not, a lot of that happened during COVID. And impacts, frankly, to how folks were treating police and such, like from they were, and it's not about they're scared of the police, they were scared of being seen in that role. And so that's where we realized that we just couldn't hire people. No one wanted to do it. Nobody wanted to do overnight security anymore. So that's when we realized that we needed a contract out for folks that were, professionally want to do that.
And you would say there's a critical need for overnight security?
Most definitely, yeah. We've got people that are staying at our campgrounds. You need to have folks that are there overnight, because we've got overnight guests that stay there. And then we were, for the marinas, we need it because we have theft otherwise. If nobody's down there, they go onto our docks. And yeah.
Okay, and then that the campground actually is a really nice segue. So I noticed that the revenue from the North Beach campground has plateaued over the past 3 years. Is that because the sites are filled to the max and we're just sort of hitting the ceiling of what we can provide?
Yeah, that is a lot of it. We've been increasing that fee there, and I'd have to look at the full budget overall. I know we also had, if you look at the bottom line for North Beach, we also have parking. Used to be a big part of North Beach as an overall budget. And once we went to Park Mobile, no longer people paying at the gate. You no longer have this big amount of revenue for parking at North Beach, because a lot of it just goes into the general. Right now it's the 258. I think the only revenue we could track at North Beach was like some kiosk revenue. So that's why in FY25, we're actually putting the parking all in one place so that we can really separate the revenue of the marina to the marina the campground to the campground, and then parking is its own piece. So that's part of what the campground, because I feel like the sites, they've been going up revenue more. Aaron, I don't know if you can touch on that, but I feel like I know, because I know we've been increasing the revenue lines for increasing the amount we charge for each site. Aaron's at the baseball game, so I might not be able to respond to that.
That's
But-
okay.
Go
It's
ahead.
helpful, it's helpful for me, and then do you,
Evan, we just saw Erin pop on.
oh,
Erin, do you want to go ahead?
Hi, yeah. Cindy did surmise that we have been raising our rates, so we have seen an elevated amount of revenue, but we did subtract parking from the campground budget. So what you're looking at is prior, parking was about 120,000 from the campground. And so what it looks like a plateau is actually us gaining revenue close to 100,000 in raise rates.
and thanks a lot. And so just while Aaron's on the call, so this is through where we've been supplementing this through raise rates, but it's still sort of plateaued. Is that because the parking's been reallocated into the general fund, or is that because fewer people are reserving spots at North Beach over the past couple fiscal years?
Because the parking was removed from the campground budget 257 over to Waterfront admin budget. And so it showed a removal of those revenues, but backfilled by our rate increases. And what you had actually said earlier, Evan, was also correct. We're really full at the campground. And so for us to get beyond just raising our rates plateau, we would need to see expansion and or different models like with the cabins.
Okay, thanks. That's all really helpful. And I've taken up plenty of time. My other questions got answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. We have Councilor Carpenter and then Councilor Kane, and I just want to say we're almost at time, so we can ask maybe one question each, and then we'll see where we are. Okay, Councilor Carpenter?
Thanks, just to say that, Director Wright and Gary, I am promised to educate the mayor's office about the status of Heidelberg, who gets regional programming, and your programming at core, and I still think there's deficiencies between them. So I'm just sort of putting that out.
Yeah.
And for the public, I just want to make sure, because priorities, that people understand there are actually slightly more people over the age of 60 in Burlington than people under the age of 19. So a lot of our parks programs, which are fabulous, serve that population, and I just don't want us to forget the 22 or 3% of people over 60.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Kane?
Thanks. On the topic of the parking fees, I was confused as well, because there was some reshuffling, like the revenues went into this like administrative line.
Yeah.
And so I think it would be helpful, like not just for your department, but in general, if like when we sit next May, if like we, in addition to getting the like 10-page spreadsheets, if we got like a little half page, just like here's like kind of a user's guide for like how we shuffle things around, it would be helpful because there's a lot of like up and down, okay, like control F, like let me make sure I'm not going crazy here.
Yeah.
But my one question will be related to trash cans and bathrooms. So I think for the most part, right, they're seasonal or to some extent, and so trash cans and bathrooms are unavailable outside of May through October, as far as I know. And I didn't see, I think on your wish list, your money tree slide, like making like year-round facilities more available, and that's something that has like stressed me out. I go up and jog through North Beach and through Rock Point almost every day, like trash piles up in the winter. The facilities are closed as well, bathrooms. I know down at the Waterfront, lack of bathroom access has also been something discussed at the council level for months. I'm just wondering if you'll comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where, as much as we're working to, provide more human sort of services, I guess you might say, for folks that are not able to, that don't have housing, is there a capacity there that might be some year-round, services that would allow you to keep some of these restrooms open, that would, service folks who are, that can benefit someone like yourself that's going for a run, but also for folks that, need an access to a bathroom, year-round, because maybe they don't have a house to go back to. So that would be, how do you support that in that state area? some of our restrooms, buildings are seasonal, so you can't keep them open year round because of the fact they're not built that way, they don't have the. Get whatever the specific expertise is, whether it's frost walls or however it is, they're just not set up to be year round. But some are, like, you know, the info center at the Waterfront Park, that could be open potentially for a year round restroom. You know, with the appropriate, you know, staffing to be able to keep it clean and.
Yeah, so for instance, just a quick follow on,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I know there's a bunch of money allocated, like that whole expense for North Beach, I think, for redoing the bathrooms in like the next 2 fiscal years or so.
Yeah.
Just wondering, like, maybe if it could be built in a, you know, how much extra it would be to be built in like a way that it could be just year round.
That's interesting, yeah, no,
Follow
that out, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Was waiting for your question about the parking, the parking piece, because I wanted to be able to say, like, can we make that reciprocal so then I can get some light fees toward it?
Yeah, it's only around.
Replacing my bike over time.
Sometimes that's certainly something that council can work on too. Thank you for everyone working, keep us on time. And public bathroom goes back to kind of the larger issue of just public safety in a comprehensive way. Public bathrooms is very much part of that, right? Like, how are we evaluating citywide? I've heard consistently that there is a lack of public bathrooms across the city, downtown in particular. I'll say the mom of 2 small kids, they tell you have no notice. So it is a public benefit in general, but I think we need to just be talking in a more coordinated fashion. Regarding the comment / question. Last point.
Quick comment.
Keep going. Yep.
Quick comment, it's a major reason why we have people publicly defecating. They really have no place to go. And it's an issue with garages, it's an issue with alleyways, it's an issue in borders of businesses and. Yeah. Big issue.
Appreciate that, so great. Okay, thank you, and thank you to your staff for being here, appreciate it. And as we transition out, we'll invite up Burlington City Arts. Introduction. Sure. And Sarah, do you want to actually drive the slide yourself?
I am ready to drive.
Oh, like this. Here we go. Okay, sorry.
Good evening, I'm Joy Kraft, I'm the Executive Director of Burlington City Arts, and this is Sarah Katz, the Assistant Director. And good evening, thank you for inviting us to this marvelous night in May. I want to make a special acknowledgement to our new counselors and welcome you, and also appreciation for your service, as well as to our returning counselors. Also, new counselors, please feel that the door is always open. We'd love to take you on a tour of our facilities and show you a little bit about the progress in our capital campaign and creating new facilities for our community on Pine Street. So a few things that you may not know about BCA. That since our inception in 1981, and that was with Bernie Sanders, accessibility has been bred in our bone. It's always been core to who we are and a driver towards greater inclusivity. And we do this through the lens of the arts. We're always looking to expand who's inside the big tent. What are the barriers? What do we need to change in order to do our jobs better and be more successful in bringing a larger community to the programs that we and our partners in the city offer? Another important point about us, for the past number of decades, we have been approximately 40% dependent upon the general fund. And then with the pandemic and requests from the administrations under different administrations, we moved to 50%. And this happened at the same time that an understanding of the arts And the way that we animated our public spaces, the way that we were tied to economic recovery and to community building was happening, that increase took place. Now, as you'll see in this year's budget, we're trying to reduce our dependence on the general fund and test drive some new methods of raising revenues. And of course, with the fee study of raising some of our fees. From an impact study that we've done about our impact, this is our own study. Last year, our programs brought over 165,000 people to the downtown. We had close to 24,000 visitors to our exhibition and our gallery education programs at the BZA Center, to artist talks, to dances, to poetry readings, etc. And 2,289 community members made art in our studios. We hope to expand that in the years to come as we grow those studios and expand our programming to meet the growing needs of the elementary, middle school, high school students throughout the city. And more than 600 young and adult learners benefited from our scholarship program. And that means summer camps, that's year-round programming and offerings, and access to working within the community spaces. So with that, I turn it over to Sarah.
So we won't repeat everything that we wrote in our presentation to you, but I did just want to, emphasize that in the highlights of the current year that we're in, as well as past years, our approach to our work has always been to be collaborative with other departments across many of our programs, from events like the BTV Market, where we work closely with workforce development, public art, where we're working deeply with REIB and with the Department of Public Works. As Doreen mentioned, during the pandemic, a lot of the valuable skills within our department were shared pretty widely across departments. And then again, recently, I think that's highlighted with the absorption and management of Obscura event that was our celebration of the eclipse here in Burlington, which we took a lead on for the city, and it was in the end a very magical day for Burlington. One of the points that I do want to make is that in all of the delivery of our programs, the support of artists is very critical to our mission and our impact. It's how we deliver our services, making sure that we have a healthy artist community to teach in our studios, to illustrate the important issues of our time to the public, and connect to many different types of learning styles in our galleries, and bring people together in joyful celebration through performances in our public spaces that we all feel in our department that artists are one of Burlington's defining characteristics and an important part of who we are. And our arts community is often cited as a major reason that people want to live here, to move here, visit, and one of the reasons that people feel like they belong.
So in looking through these priorities for the coming year, you can see that we have a pretty enormous work plan. So in addition to learning to work with a new administration, and getting to understand what the priorities will be, and we also have to keep the fires burning with all of the diverse number of programs and services throughout the community. While also understanding that we are part of the solution to the public safety challenges, and that this is work that we need to do together with our community partners. A significant challenge for us is that most of our programs are free. So we have to balance those fee-based programs with the free ones and work through this very delicate balance and this kind of puzzle, if you will, to incorporate some of the understandings from the fee study. I think we need to also dig a little deeper into some of the assumptions of the fee study, because now I really understand the fee study after it's done, and some of those conversations have really informed a deeper understanding for us. There were some big aha moments in looking at that study, but there were also moments where like, we didn't get to really deeply look at some other things. So there's continued work to be done, and I think it will take us through this, well, I won't say it'll be over this year, but it'll take us through this year to do a lot more analysis and to understand better how that's going to impact some of our programming. And yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about the stuff later.
So just a quick overview of how our expenses are separated out. So salaries and benefits are obviously a significant portion of our overall budget, and certainly the component that continues to increase, in our efforts to reduce our impact on the general fund, which is certainly focus of a lot of our work in budgeting across departments this year. We're really reducing program expenses, marketing and operating expenses to meet that challenge. This slide just shows the expenses by division as they are divided out in Excel sheet. A lot of the reductions in our programming were really focused on events, because this is an area of our programming that has increased most significantly over the past 4 years, and that was intentional to support the economic recovery and a lot of the downtown safety efforts related to City Hall Park. But as we seek new funding to make those efforts possible, we really need to dial back on some of those one-time funds that we're used to.
So in revenues and in this comparison, one big difference is we're not doing an eclipse in FY25. Sorry, everybody.
We're magical, but we're moving on.
And so what may not be obvious here, because sometimes there's the replacement of things that were in the eclipse budget for this one time. And so, for example, in the art sales and merchandising, we have, we're not doing the eclipse work, but we are doing work in this coming year with a very large project with the hospital, in an expansion and providing art services, and that is a fee-based program and will significantly increase sales for artists. The fee portion is significant here, so we've added, at great urging from our mayor and team, to increase about $200,000 in fees. That's frankly an enormous leap. And it's, we're gonna do everything that we can to make this work, but I really think it's like a test drive. And what we've got to figure out is how our community responds, what the impact is on the people who work, use our studios, students who value the ability to come into work in those studio settings. And we just don't know when you raise fees, what the response is going to be. We know that an enormous impact is going to be in scholarship, because what people will do is they will ask for increased scholarship funds. And we've tried to look at what that might look like and to, respectfully put that within this budget, but we may have underestimated what that is going to look like. So we understand that throughout the year, there may be some adjustments that we're going to have to make as we go along, and we will be in constant conversation with the administration. as the year unfolds. Anything you want to add to that, sir? The other thing, I guess, is, sorry, there was about 3 minutes left. Oh, okay, that happened, so sorry. We timed it at 12 minutes. Let's see, if I think that that's really fine. I mean, we wanna acknowledge here that our operating activity impact on the budget is reducing our impact by $255,000. And that was all. Okay.
Oh, they didn't catch up.
Next slide, Sarah.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, so this is the last slide. It was just the requested organizational chart. We have 20 regular employees, 18 full-time and 2 part-time, 17 full-time and 3 part-time employees that deliver our programs and services across the divisions that include events, education, PCA, center and arts programs, public art, and anything. And then of course our marketing and communications efforts, part of our administration and fundraising. Big part, yeah. So that's all we prepared in advance, but we're forward to your question. All right, so opening up for questions and comments from counselors. So first folks in the room, Counselor Carpenter, and then I'm keeping an eye online as well. You didn't stop sharing. So, thanks. Go ahead, Counselor Carpenter.
I should know this, but in the fee increases, do you differentiate between Burlington residents and non-residents?
We do not currently.
In some cases, we do, only in that we're keeping track of Burlington residents, like in our educational programs. And so spaces are reserved. And then, for example, we work with all the after-school programs and King Street and so forth, and we have spots that are reserved, and those are all Burlington residents.
But you don't.
We don't have a separate fee for Burlington and non-Burlington, but we focus our scholarships for.
And I may have missed it, but do you have an accounting, so what programs make money and which don't?
Well, we don't make money
Well,
anywhere.
your fee for service,
Yes.
how far, what cover their costs and so, and I appreciate that a festival probably doesn't, I get it, but just to kind of.
Well, a lot, really, most of our programs are designed to be accessible and just as by that nature don't cover their costs, but we are working on adjusting that for certain areas. So for example, camps and class registrations, that's an area where we really see being able to fully recover the cost of the programs, and then of course balancing that accessibility piece with the scholarship. We raise over $1 million from donations, grants, community support, sponsorships that go towards the subsidy of those programs that don't cover themselves. And a lot of the time that's really very focused on youth programming in particular. So that was an area where we were having a harder time meeting the recovery costs because we know that that there will be less participation by young people. Schools will just not even look at the sign-up sheet if the fee looks so extreme that they are scared away. So we just really were trying to balance the Burlington schools, yep, schools from the region really come to Burlington to visit our exhibition space.
Would be good to understand that, I think.
Yeah. Other questions or comments from counselors? Counselor Grant?
I would love consideration of music programs. I think that's a real void for BCA. Especially since years ago, Rock Camp was discontinued because of the situation out of the I don't know what the numbers are, but that they did have some scholarships, but they did also charge for participation in that camp. It was a pay after school activity for older children, teenagers, who there's a real point in this community, keeping teenagers active. I just think music is an area to explore CA and possibly generating. I know that some local hosts are full or say events in the BTV market, but in terms of the teaching aspect and exposing local musicians. Thank you.
Yeah. Good feedback. Yep. Thank you, Councilor Grant. Other questions, Councilor Payne, that was, I'm gonna give it to you first, your elbow, Councilor Barlow.
Super briefly, just want to raise my typical usual flag that there is a line item here for employee parking benefits that I think has been requested by like something like 60% of apartments. So a lot of apartments are not asking for anything for employee parking.
Maybe they have their own parking lots.
Maybe they do. In any case, my
That's
concern remains, but yeah, right.
I know that I know that there are some requirements in the union contract for parking for our department in City Hall. I don't know enough about it, how malleable that is, but it's certainly not an expense that wouldn't be open to relooking at it. If the entire city is looking at changing that policy, for sure.
And I may have wrong there, but I'm pretty sure it is in the collective bargaining agreement with our ASME union. I'm not sure if the other collective bargaining agreements. And I know there's a $15,000 line or so in the HR department that might catch other departments. And beyond that, I'm not sure why it appears in certain departments and not others, but it is quite taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll stop mentioning at this point, but I'm glad that at least there's like going to be some further conversation on this topic, because
You, Councilor Payne, and Councilor Shannon, I see your hand, you're after Councilor Barlow. Councilor Barlow?
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. I think you add, that element, that element that can be sort of institutionalized. It's really important. One of the things that you mentioned at a recent PAC meeting was you had lost sponsorship from a large sponsor for some of the programming you had, specifically Splash Dance and some of the programming in the park. And how we're not going to be able to underwrite. They're not going to underwrite forward. And so I'm wondering how the conditions in and around Burlington have impacted your ability to raise private funds for. I know that's a big example. I think that was over $50,000.
Yeah, that was, and it isn't unfortunate. We're continually working to bring people back who have left sponsorship programs. I mean, I think there's a couple things that have impacted us. One, it's sort of the post-COVID environment in terms of businesses still not back up to where they were. And so where they, just an example, would give $3,000 to a program, they're giving $1,500. And we're not finding enough new businesses to support, to fill in. And then the issue with security and public safety in the downtown is a very, very big issue for a number of our underwriters and sponsors. And until we have resolved, or until we've improved some of that feeling of safety for, in particular for employees who work in the downtown, we've been told that a number of our underwriters will not come. We keep the conversation open, we update, we bring.
We do everything we can
intermediaries,
to connect them to us in other ways and not lose relationships.
And we also have been intermediaries in the larger conversation with the administration in the past to be able to help, make sure that that's understood. Those voices.
Thanks, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Shan, before I go to you, just very quickly, because I just want to correct myself, Councilor Kane. Happy chat is listening always, which is good. I got it wrong about the 15,000 in the HR budget. That is for the bus passes. Just super clear, not parking. So that's why I felt corrected here. And then also parking is charged separately, because it's an enterprise fund that charges each general fund department separately for employees. We'll get more into it later on, but I just want to clarify. You are welcome. Councilor Shannon?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note the value that BCA brings to our community, that this is really our investment in us in so many different ways, from programs that are provided to kids. And I appreciate, Mayor, your comments in the parks budgeting about how, looking at the fee study, that it isn't possible to implement that it's not really looking at the big picture. It's kind of looking at the cost of these fees, and we haven't seen that yet, but I appreciate that you are noting the balance that we need to find as we're talking about fees for different programs, both in the Parks Department and in BCA. But also as we're going to become more reliant on the gross receipts tax, I think that the programs that BCA is offering, the free programs, especially downtown, are absolutely essential. And I'll just note, I don't know if you knew or remembered Gary Evans, who was a big supporter of community broadband and basically came to work here in Burlington to try and save BT at almost no charge. But he had told me that in Winona, where he was from, that they had tried to create a marketplace much like Church Street, and they did it and it failed. And he really attributed that in part to the arts programming that we have in our downtown that they lacked in Winona, and that something like that can be a make it or break it difference. So I know that there is, a significant reliance on the general fund for a lot of this programming, but also appreciate that there's a return that's pretty hard to measure for us. And I also appreciate that the mayor's efforts to push on the fee structure where we can. And I think that that's good, just as long as we don't push it to the breaking point. But thank you for all that you're doing to partner with community members and to help sustain our downtown and our artists and recreational opportunities for our kids.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. I just want to just mention, for the sake of the public, but also for councilors, the user fee study, double check with the CAO, was sent out to councilors, and she's resending it just to make sure it's on the top of the boxes in case you want to see it again or it got lost. I know mine in boxes.
Yes.
Any other questions for BCA before we let them go? Councilor Grant and then Councilor Travers.
I'd love to sit with you and talk to you about what we can do to get back the sponsors. I think a big part of it is that we need to make them understand how their contribution helps to fight some of the negative activity we see in the city. I myself have an awesome video DJing there on the MTV markets. It was a beautiful day, kids, families, when we make these requests, I think we have to be more visual and audio about them to see these are your dollars in action. And I think that's more meaningful when it comes to combat some of the negative reporting that we see. Burlington is everybody's favorite punching bag right now. With regards to the media, I don't get that balance. So I will reach out to you. I'll send you that video, some other stuff that's happening.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Travers.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo all the praise that folks have mentioned for you all. You do great programming, kids go to your camps, and then just very grateful for your presence here in Burlington. My one specific question is, I'm wondering, and I know this perhaps is not necessarily for our budget, but it's your presentation, is an update with respect to where things currently stand with 405 Pine in terms of the back area and it being, you're continuing to make progress with it as a community space and kitchen.
Yeah, so we are we've accomplished a lot and actually are planning a celebration for September to thank all of the members of the community, our donors and friends and supporters to have gotten us this far. Of a $12 million capital campaign, we raised close to 7 million. Thankfully, some support, significant support from the city of Burlington. And we have done all of the work now with the site and with the facility, all of the net zero, except for the internal pieces that will complete that goal. And so we're set to begin the final phase of our campaign, which is the expansion of the studios within, the finishing of the community room, kitchen, et cetera. And hope to be able to start this pretty soon. We're just today got our first draft of the new estimated costs that have shot up significantly in 2 years for the cost of construction. So now we have to look at the value engineering that we can do and what those
Potential phasing, so that we can put some part of the building into community services. Possible with successful fundraising.
And I think with an emphasis on the community room, as the first matter, trying to figure out if we can do that with all the things that would be required from HVAC and safety and all those things, what that would cost, and if we can separate that out and sort of do it as the pre-phase.
Right. Well, what you've done thus far is amazing. We've done recently outside. Looks great as well as we go down our new shared use path in front of you all. I've been meaning to reach out to you all to provide this update, but I guess I'll just use the opportunity now. Recently, the Ward 5 Neighborhood Planning Assembly has started to host discussions on a community space in the South End. And I don't think they're 100% aware of the efforts that you have ongoing right now at 405 Pine. And I think that the folks that are involved with potential development in the new South End Innovation District, the Ride Your Bike team that's associated with Hula, they're thinking about a South End community space as well. I just think it's a great opportunity for you all to connect, and I'd be happy to help with this with the Ward 5 NDA and perhaps even with folks in the South End Innovation District, just to make sure that we're operating at common cause here.
Not duplicating.
I'm excited about what you all are working on. Sure. We get whatever we can to get that across the finish line.
Yeah, because the community room as part of our whole expansion at 405 came out of the South End study. People really saying that there wasn't a gathering space for people in the South End that had any of the amenities that you could do different activities in it, and that the immigrant and new American community, et cetera, had a whole different learning style. And so we baked that into the whole development of that part of our program. So we'd love to talk with others who want to do similar things. So yeah.
Great.
Be in touch.
Let's make that connection.
Thank you.
With that, we are at time. So seeing no other hands, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tara. Next up is our Community and Economic Development Office. And other staff you want to bring up or not.
Can't join me, but Jillian Nanton and Rachel Jolly are here as well. So in case we have anything we refer to them, they're available. Thank you for the opportunity. For the record, I'm Brian Pine, the Director of the Community and Economic Development Office. With me tonight is Todd Rawlings, Assistant Director for Grants and Finance. I will share my screen, I think it's supposed to.
Nope, except they may not have the power. Some of the power.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. I've got to try and move through this in light of the hour. Okay. So, I think it's always worth pointing out that the department was created in 1983 as a initiative of then Mayor Sanders, and so we've just passed into our, I don't know, our 41st or our 42nd year as a department. And when it began, it was a department that was entirely funded with federal sources. It didn't initially have any local tax dollars. And over the years, the dwindling support from the federal government has led to a place now where we are at about 33% of what we were on adjusted dollars from 1990 to today. So we have shrunk, the federal support has shrunk, despite the fact that we pursue every opportunity to possibly go after to get federal funding. So I just want to note that our department has a component of its budget from the general fund, but overall you'll show you that it's quite a small portion. And just note that point is that's really noteworthy as a department that promotes the work that CEDO does. So our mission, engaging our community to build a bright, vibrant, healthy, and to build a vibrant, healthy, and equitable city for all. That's really the key thing for that. We have teams, sometimes called divisions, but we like to refer to them as teams rather than promoting the idea of silo, division, don't work together. We're always trying to improve in that area, but our housing grants and finance team, if you think of the housing work we do, it does fall under Todd's team. Affordable housing that has a reduction, the community development block grant program, home funds that go out for affordable housing, housing trust fund, and overall finance for the department of that team. Community Justice Center, and Rachel's here tonight, runs court diversion, conflict assistance, reentry programs, pretrial services, and victim services. Community Works, which is only for a few more days, led by Samantha Dunn, does really think of capital projects, and I use that word kind of broadly, not like sidewalks and streets, but more like bigger development projects and smaller ones. Think of municipal initiatives around solar. Samantha's team developed the Homewood Shelter as a project of CEDO, Rand, Memorial, City Place, South End Development, all of that type of work happens within her team. And Jillian Nanton heads the Community Engagement Neighborhood Workforce Development team. They handle additional workforce development, support for our neighborhood planning assemblies, language access, trusted community voices, and other initiatives in support of these goals. The initiative to end homelessness is a couple of years old. Former Mayor Weinberger did launch that with ARPA funds, and it consists of 2 FTEs that have support from ARPA as well as HUD. It's called Continuum of Care Fund. And the work of that team is listed here. This is the full complete list, but this is broadly speaking leadership around the continuum of care, which is really the HUD term for what does a community do? How does it organize itself to end homelessness, make it rare, make it brief, and non-recurrent? Coordinated entry is a big piece of that. Our department actually administers a housing voucher program for folks experiencing homelessness that has services linked with it. And lately we've taken on a new role, which is the role of actually standing up and operating a shelter. That's not something historically that the city has done, and CEDO has done it. So our org chart is really broken into two sections. This is the first one. We call this sort of CEDO North. That means we're a block north of CEDO South. CEDO South is the CJC. And so this is our North team. It's about 21 of us. Our North team. CJC team, Rachel has grown this team of CEDO significantly by taking on all the work around court diversion, pretrial services. Our victim services team has grown. Conflict assistance is a huge add to the team, and we see this as an important, really important part of public safety, community safety. CJC plays a really critical role. Funded about 90% non-local funds, so state, federal, mostly state. We did these highlights, and then the feedback we got sort of at the last moment, because we asked for it, was there's too much here. So we tried to bold it and really say that this is something that will stand for community members to view, for counselors to view, going on the civic clerk site. We're going to put it on the CEDO website. We wanted folks to be able to look at, at the end of the day, what we are about is impact on the goals and objectives that the community has and held for many, many years around affordable housing, around growing and sustaining the economy, around providing access to decent family wage jobs, around community engagement, ending homelessness, ensuring that we have a vibrant downtown as well as healthy, thriving neighborhoods and a safe community across the city. So I won't go through all these bullets. I know there's a lot here. I think it's important just to note the breadth of the work we do. Putting modesty aside, if we didn't have a department like CEDO, we'd be figuring out a great one right now. And it's something the city launched in 1983. I think we'd be looking for a way to stand it up today. We wanted to make sure to cover, the waterfront, if you will, of what we do as a department. So there's something in here that covers really every team, and it's not by any stretch, it's not an exhaustive list of what we've accomplished in 24, but we want to give a really decent, well-rounded, representative sample of the work we've done. Rather than read through it, I think I'll just continue on. We have about 14 slides. I want to make sure to keep it to 10 minutes so we can actually take questions. This looks at our entire department budget, 10.9 million on the revenue and the expense side. I want to make sure those two match up. That's our mandate as required. And to show you on the right, essentially we have 24 different funding sources. The pie chart on the right doesn't show every single one of them, but within some of those, there's multiple funding sources. So we use this term in city government called org sets, they're organizational sets. We have more organizational sets for a fairly small department, really than any other department. So we actually manage more funding sources certainly on a per capita basis than any city department. And that is done by our grants and finance team. And we've, as you can see, salary and benefits account for about a little over 400,000 of our 10 million budget, 10.9 of our budget. So the vast majority goes out the door in program and project delivery. When we say that, it means when you think of affordable housing, we make grants and loans to make affordable housing happen. That's where that money goes out the door. When we talk about ending homelessness, a lot of that goes out the door as subsidies for rental vouchers, but also for organizations that are working in support of the goal to end homelessness. All of our CDBG funds, except for the admin piece and the small amount that goes to sort of internal programs and projects of CEDO, goes out to the community. So this is a very community-facing budget, really. Source. This is the general fund piece only, and what we've managed to do is so there's the expense side, which shows where the money goes, and on the right is the revenue showing where we actually get it. When you see the big number, the pie chart there of 998, that's our general fund ask. FY25. It's like just maybe, I think it's about $20,000 more than last year, and actually, maybe it's a little less, it's about 20,000 last year, just over $1 million. So I think we're right on target with last year, and that's after accounting for salary growth due to COLAs and significant benefit growth and cost of benefits. We were able to do that, and we'll talk about how we did that, how we accomplished that. This shows historically from FY19 to fiscal year that you're all considering for the budget. And you can see that we've fluctuated somewhat over this period, over these 7 fiscal years. But what we're really going to make the case for tonight is that the roughly $1 million investment of general fund continues to deliver significant benefit to the community and the work of our department. So we have right here outlined what we've reduced in FY25. I think it's important to be pretty explicit about that. Leaving vacant a community development manager position, which has a focus on community engagement, leaving that position for the full FY25. It's a savings of $131,758. It does place significant added burden and pressure on our existing team, on Jillian and our team. It means that we can't say we're going to deliver the same level of service, because that would not be honest to you. I would like to say that we'll do our best to do the best we can, but I think there's going to be cases where we have to look to other departments or not be able to be as responsive as we have been asked. We're looking to redirect or reduce the general fund support. We're proposing to reduce general fund support for language access because we've been informed that the state has funds for that, and rather than use general fund, we're going to seek state support for that. We did pull out a grant writer position to seek new funding for the lead and healthy homes work we do. We're going to do that in-house. I think we'll be successful in that regard. And we had a $10,000 line item last year that we did not include or carry over to this year into FY25 to pay for legal assistance in the question about using public dollars to advance for BIPOC home ownership. That work can happen, but it won't happen through this general fund support. So we reached a general fund savings of just under $200,000. We also repurposed ARPA funds for a number of projects and programs that are listed below for total savings there of $662,000. So this was really our efforts to ensure that FY25 was balanced, and this was a collaborative process with the CAO and with the mayor's team. With a little bit of time left, I won't detail all of these, but I just want to point out that we did have a project that we were not able to implement, and that was the Jobs of People study. And partway through the year, CAO Shad informed me that the city needed to fund the operational efficiency study. So I just want to point out that money was essentially repurposed. The budget was adjusted to remove the funds from CEDO for the Jobs of People and instead used to fund the operational efficiency study. Over the last year, we have eliminated 2 positions, community engagement and community outreach and engagement positions within the community engagement neighborhoods and workforce team. Again, we've kept that position vacant since the incumbent left at the beginning of March, so we've had savings this year and really tried to contribute to the overall goal of ensuring we end 24 in good positions. The 25 is that much more fiscally manageable. Operational efficiency study, we're hopeful that there'll be some savings to be seen in there, but also from a separate study, we call it DCTA, which is a HUD program. They provided us with free technical assistance. It's really quite high quality from a group called Enterprise Community Partners. They really looked at what can the city do to fund this department, specifically CEDO, in a more reliable, durable, and sustainable manner so that we're not scrambling on an annual basis and to try to fund our department. So that's what we're looking forward to working on with the mayor's office, with the CEO, and ultimately with you all. We come forward with some recommendations about how to advance that. We have some sort of challenges we face. We want to be upfront about it in FY26. We have some positions that will not have funding to continue those, that work. And we're going to work to make sure that we can continue the work. But it's really important and transparent to just divulge now that we don't know exactly how we're going to fund those positions. Are we ready? That's it?
That's time.
Okay. We'll go to questions.
Thanks much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Questions from counselors? Wouldn't mind stopping and sharing.
Oh, yeah.
Counselor Carpenter.
It's somewhat more of an editorial comment, but I would be curious if you could, not tonight, but the drain on some of your department resources, particularly on homeless. That's a county-wide issue. And the degree to which we pay for it continues to be a source of frustration with me. And so I just encourage us to figure out better ways to account for that. I was gonna bring this up in another presentation a little bit. I actually had a casual conversation with some of the former colleagues there. And they said, well, maybe the city should just send the state a bill for all these extra things. Now, understanding that's not happening, but I really am encouraging that we keep track of it. We might come up with the parts, you know, the cost of carrying candidates. The work we do for the Chittenden County Homeless Alliance is fabulous and it's really improved under your leadership. But it's not just a Burlington issue. So in the vein of how do we get more resource around some of those issues, I just think it's something, and some of that may all the extra bureaucratic work for your department is accounting for it.
Sure.
What are we doing that
Yep.
benefits the county as opposed to the city? And I understand it's all one thing, which is a whole other level of frustration. But I just think we should, particularly with your programs, you know, if you had a resource, how could we get more support for some?
There are other municipalities that have received direct state funding for supporting similar efforts. So we used ARPA, and so they didn't think we were asking for it, but we've made it really clear that that money is about to be fully dispersed. And we're gonna be needing some support, absolutely. Yeah. Point well taken.
Other questions or comments from councilors? Councilor Barlow?
Thank you. I apologize in advance because I have sort of specific questions around the homeless shelter and I feel like we'll talk to you, but I hope if you don't have any answers tonight, certainly something to think about for the future. One is, I guess, I know that we paid for it we constructed it without the dollars. And there's also some ongoing operational expenses being paid for without the dollars. I don't know if it's in the 2.5 FTE you're talking about that what the fund, sustainable funding for what. But is there like, is it fiscal 26 when all the ARPA dollars around Elmwood will be exhausted? I guess is the first question.
Sure, the operating costs of Elmwood are largely covered by a state funding source. It's called HOP, it stands for Housing Opportunities Program. That's about $1.2 million, and so that covers not all, but most of the cost of operating. But we also have put an additional 170,000 of ARPA into the operations of Elmwood, and that will fully be dispersed basically by the end of FY25. So after that, we will have either to somewhat scale back or get that 1.2 million to get an increased amount from the state. That's a process that we're have applied or just about to apply for an additional.
I know when Elmwood was stood up, we thought of it as being sort of not like a long-term shelter solution, but something that eventually might be redeveloped as affordable. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, I'll be honest that plan that we operate a shelter for 3 years is turned out to be a really challenging set of assumptions that will be ready in 3 years. But our goal is to be ready to move into, folks have moved from Elmwood into permanent housing. Not enough, and largely because of the motel program tapering off. As that tapered off, the folks at Elmwood who were ready had to stay put at Elmwood, even though they were really housing ready to make the move, and they could have gotten a subsidy if it were available. But the motel guests or residents took priority for the state, so the folks at Elmwood got basically, sort of overstepped, if you will, by folks coming out of motels. Long way of saying we're not optimistic that we'll be ready to close down Elmwood a year from now. So that's about what it would be next July 25. But we're going to continue moving toward the overall goal, which is permanent housing, and making other plans. But there needs to continue to be shelter capacity, whether it's at Elmwood, which is stood up already and the infrastructure is installed and paid for, and you got to just decide. It's going to come back to you all to decide what we do next. But
I guess my last ask would then be for a future meeting, perhaps after budget season, but to understand some of the performance metrics around how many people have gone through, how many people have been discharged, how many people have transitioned to permanent housing, and just try to measure how successful it is as a tool to try to address houselessness, and see if it's worth continuing, or there's.
It's been challenging.
There's other alternatives. that
Yeah.
you might want to.
I appreciate that, Councilor Barlow, and even just today I got a briefing on Elmwood pods and timelines and all of that, and what's very clear is that we need a very robust community engagement process as we look at coming up on the end of the third year of this. So many factors change that we could not predict over these first 2 years of this 3-year program. And a lot of it, as Councilor Carpenter was saying, is a lot of factors outside of our control. The abrupt ending and changing criteria for the motel emergency housing program on the state level is a significant impact on that. And so I think that's some intentions 2 years ago when that started. I would hope that would be part of the robust evaluation and reflection really on the success of this program, or reflections just on where we could improve and what we need to do going forward, because we're still in a housing emergency, which I think we all know. And so looking forward to those conversations so we can make sure that the surrounding community in my neighborhood in particular is really engaged, and businesses in the area, et cetera, to make sure that we are hearing from folks and also turning a course that just really reflects again the acute need that we still have in Burlington, County, and state. Thank you. Councilor Kane and then Councilor Grant and then Councilor Litwin.
Okay, thanks. On the topic of Elmwood, houselessness, there was a good presentation at the Burlington Business Association Summit in February from city staff in Reno, Nevada, where they have like this program that has like 4 phases. So you start out with, you're kind of on a cot in a room with like very little autonomy and privacy, and you kind of graduate through. And I wonder if Elmwood could be used as like a later phase in a program where there are earlier phases that don't necessarily exist, to my knowledge. That's not a question, but I do have a couple of questions. Housing trust fund. I'm wondering. I know some localities are starting to use those funds in different ways than they had previously. I wanted an update on our thinking about both the use of the funds and then also potential new sources of revenue for the growing housing.
We haven't had that opportunity to revisit the way trust fund dollars are, what they're supporting, what they're used for with our new administration really. So it's a little too early for us to, really, I think overall the trust fund is there for providing assistance to develop permanently affordable housing, whether it be rental or homeownership, and we expanded that to include shelter provision, which wasn't previously allowed, but that's a new thing that you used it as allowable for the trust fund. Its revenue source has gone up because of the short-term rental. That's been significant. That's doubled the income for the trust fund, about a little under 600 to about $1 million too. So that's a significant source. I've always believed that a local surcharge that isn't even allowed by the state legislature, but on the property transfer tax would make sense because that's an activity that's happening when properties transfer, there's economic activity happening, and if we were to capture some of that, that would be a significant revenue source for the trust fund. We don't have that authority, but it's a discussion worth having, whether we should seek that authority, which are chart change legislation, but I think that.
Thanks. So just to be clear, there was a recent change with using funds for non-permanent housing. So we're looking to continue that moving forward. That's.
Yes, yeah, that was just recent.
Yeah.
The council just changed that, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. And then one other question is in relation to language and accessibility. I know there was a line in your PowerPoint about that, and I'm wondering if there are plans to significantly expand language accessibility, because just like campaigning for office and then being part of many public meetings, there does seem to be a big void, and also just like connecting with the community I live in, where there are folks from a bunch of different backgrounds who like don't feel like they can plug in. I think we need to be doing like quite a bit more, and I'm just wondering what the thing is there.
We have a language access policy that was adopted by the council in November of 2020. It's actually, I think, a pretty ambitious policy really for a community that, you know, there's legal requirements, but we're not legally required, but there's sort of a moral obligation to do this if we want to be truly welcoming. I think that, you know, our office, Jillian's team has provided significant translation and interpretation services through the language access funding. I think the administration's goal being that if the state now has a lot of money, roughly 4 million to be distributed statewide, I think. I don't know how it's accessed, but to try and, you know, basically supplant the local resources with state dollars and continue to provide language access, whether it's continues at CO or not, that's to be determined, but the need is only going to grow. I mean, it's only growing.
Yeah, just one final note is I was just very struck. I attended an event at the community center in the Old North End related to like universal healthcare. I think the Workers Center was the main sponsor. They had language translation for a handful of languages. I was very impressed, and it really just struck me that like we don't do this
Yeah, we do if requested, and we have we have it in our budget to provide that level of service, but it's only upon request, so.
Councilor King, definitely room to grow, and as Brian was just saying, because in last legislative session, about $4 million is allocated to the Office of Racial Equity on the state level to help the entire state be able to start moving in this direction, making sure we're not duplicating and having to draw down local resources in order to do things that can be standardized and replicated around voting access, other things like that. So we're really trying to explore that so that we are not using local resources that can be tapped for state, and same thing on the federal level. So that's why we were identified that. It is absolutely not that we are not committed to that. It's a deep commitment of mine for language access, and frankly, it's part of our larger, I think, citywide commitment to equity and making sure that we have this integrated throughout all departments. So definitely on the radar and looking to level up the resources. So, anyway, find resources from other sources. The brain is melting. Okay. Anything else, Councilor King, before we go to Councilor Grant? Okay, Councilor Grant.
Just a quick follow-up on that, as we mentioned, the education would be really important. I know that both of us would really like to know how do we access that money, because it's really a goal that we've been looking at, especially with regards to the King Maple area that's been added to District in Ward 3. There, we're looking at these folks. Do we need to do like a baby NPA for them? Because we're finding that they are not coming to NPA meetings at all. And we also, for the members of the community that do live closer to the one community center, we're not getting some of those people to access. I want to go back to what Councilor Barlow was saying about the Elmwood shelter. Pretty much with everything That I said, the only thing I will add, and I know that we're looking at all over the city, extra money with regards to private security and things like that. But there does need to be a come to Jesus moment over an activity around the shelter that's causing severe quality of life issues. The complaints are just so really need to have a conversation. And I know that people that work on the inside are not responsible for monitoring the outside, but you know, things that people report or people going over the fence, you know, the people inside know that that's happening, that there might be people who don't actually live there, going over the fence, passing things over the fence, and then just neighbors in the area are having a really good time. So I'll probably reach out to you about that, but that does have to be part of the scheme as we go into next year. And
This is the season where it heats up to the summer.
it's already heating up, and it's already heating up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Litwin, I saw your hand earlier, and I'm gonna attempt to give you the last question word, so we can keep moving.
And I'll keep it as brief as possible. I always appreciate your commitments to expedient
love language.
meetings. Thank you, I share it. So first, I just really want to say to Director Pine that presentation, I think really shows the complexity and the breadth of the work that CEDO is performing. And really, it touches so many of the kind of critical nexus points that of what the public have identified as the top issues that this council and this administration have to tackle urgently. So I really think you should be commended for the scale of work that you're taking on. We've been rapidly moving through these org charts, and it's a very tiny font, so I've put my glasses on. But when I see the CJC program budget and then some of the programs underneath it, I see those as being critical to the success of our public safety initiatives going forward. And I just really want to commend the work of Rachel Jolly, who is such an asset to the city. I noticed that one of the vacancies is under the deferred adjudication area. I don't know if that's a vacancy that's been slated to be sort of slashed in the budget. And then I also noticed that one, I think Olivia Taylor was listed as being temporary. And so I wondered if you could sort of kind of touch on that for me. And then additionally, just in my role, I'm really looking for alternative ways for us to take the pressure off of DPW a little bit and find more effective ways of using deferred adjudication, which we know so many cases are coming, out of the courts and into deferred adjudication, rightfully so in many cases. And many of those folks have hours, community service hours that they need to perform. And so if you're committing a crime in Burlington, I think you should be repairing that relationship that's been violated. And so I wonder what your opinion is and if there's capacity for building out a budget so that we can start to really leverage the deferred adjudication program to clean graffiti, to pick up trash, to deal with other types of litter as part of that restorative practice work.
Sure, I'll say that I think it's pretrial services position we're at the final stage, and you don't want to say too much about we're at the final stage there, filling out positions. That is not going to remain. With respect to the position that Olivia holds, we're working diligently to get it to be not a temporary position, but a permanent position is our goal. And we're optimistic that we'll get there as well. We'll be coming back with some, it requires some sort of, I think, a budget amendment though to do that.
I just have one thing, Councilor Litwin, I just also want to just let you and other councilors, just a quick reminder, I know you get a lot of documents. At the May 20th council meeting, the CAO and I posted information that gives the full list of all the vacant positions open by department, position,
Can't remember what else I did on that tab, but happy to send that again if you'd like to see that. All right, back to you, Brian.
Yeah, that's it. And I only, that one position that I highlighted earlier in my presentation is the one we're keeping vacant to meet the budget objectives of the city going into FY25. But
Well, I appreciate it. I guess I would just say, and to Mayor Mulvaney Stanek, you know, it's an area that I hope that you'll really consider. I get nervous about cutting budgets in CEDO budgets and at all. I know you're making some very hard decisions. Seeing that list of decisions was hard to look at. And I just hope that we'll be able to explore and consider opportunities to offset costs of cleanup and graffiti removal with programs that might be able to even provide support to folks who are coming through the CJC. So I just want to offer that, and I don't have any other comments or questions. Thank you.
Councilor Lippman. Moving us along. Thank you, councilors, and thank you, CEDO and Brian and Todd. We'll move on to our city assessor's office next. Just back there somewhere. Come on up. So we're getting settled. Quick introduction to the council, if we don't mind, Joe.
Yeah, I'll throw it on there. My name is Joe Turner, I'm the city assessor. Got a small department. Carry a pretty heavy load with the city. My voice isn't what it should be, so we apologize. We've had used my voice a lot. We just went through appeals for the recent so here we are. I'm going to pull my presentation up. Well, hopefully this will be a little bit refreshing for you guys, since we're small potatoes as far as money goes. We're really just a 3-person. Currently, we're a 3-person office with just small operational budgets and primarily staffing. So we'll go through this presentation, and I will not take up the time. I guarantee you that.
All right, see. Talk too soon.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It'll be long-winded sometimes. So what do we do? As you probably all already know, we're in charge of the grand list. And when I say heavy lifting for the city, it's approximately 60% of the income. So we steward that, equitable distribution, property tax burden. It's the main goal for us is to be fair. That's what we do with property taxes. We maintain a property database. That's important because everybody's asking questions about property, physical characteristics, things of that nature. So we handle that. Property appeals and grievances, which we're going through right now. Every year, every taxpayer is allowed to bring their value, and statutorily are required to hear them. And we also do tax exemptions for statutes. We analyze those. Public tax exemptions, any type of property value exemption comes through our office. We also work with taxpayers with their property values and the responsibility associated with that. And a lot of people get confused with the responsibility of property tax, and we're here to explain that. We also work with the state of Vermont a good bit. I know you mentioned sending a bill to the state of Vermont. I would love to get a line item if I can do that, because we do a lot of work with the state and the education fund. So staffing in 25 is 3 of us currently: the city assessor, an associate assessor, and assistant residential appraiser. And there was mention about the staffing hierarchy, and ours is pretty simple. There you go. So it's not quite 30-person staffs. We have a pretty small staff. So it's me and currently it's me and 2 other people. And we, do commercial work. It's multifaceted, and we're having to pick up a few different items recently. The budget trends are relatively flat for us. We only have about $22,000 in operational costs, and that's primarily through professional subscriptions and things that we need, such as multiple listing service and some software. I have a $7,000 line item for consulting services, and that is for hopefully a conversion of some software systems this year. We constantly need a little bit of that because we're really data heavy. We need people. I mean, we have an amazing IT department here, but we also need vendor support for our software, and that's not cheap. And that's our primary thing is just our software operational costs. Here's our key expenditures for this year. Revenue line item is really a moot point. That is Act 60. So just to sum up Act 60 real quick, the state of Vermont gives us $8.50 per acre. It's questionable if that's enough, but we'll say that it is. That statutorily that goes to grantless maintenance and revaluation projects. So that money is income, but that money also sits for grantless maintenance and other things associated with assessment. It's income, but not really. Our personnel costs decreased this year, and that is the 18% decline in our budget. Our general operating expenses relatively remain the same at a little over 20K. Again, that's just software. That's just us picking up a couple things that we need, and not a whole lot of that. For 2025, this is what I want to do if we can get there. It's transparency. It's a big thing for me. I want everybody to see what we're doing and be completely transparent in the whole entire process. I think that's a huge thing for assessment. Efficiencies, I've identified a lot of efficiencies that can happen moving forward. We can have a more efficient workflow. There's more tools coming out these days that create efficiencies within our job. Tablets for field work, things of that nature that we haven't implemented yet. And the accuracy of the property data, that is kind of intertwined with other efficiencies. Create mandatory audits for specific things. We've already found several things that we should check or addresses. We typically hold that database. Things of that nature just to make things more efficient with communicating with taxpayers. And yeah, that's a record. Done.
For the record, you win.
We have your extra time.
Yeah.
All right, question. Wow, I just like woke up right there. Thank you.
Questions from counselors, and if you have a chance to stop, just make sure I can see everyone else up on there.
Oh, sure.
Counselor Carpenter.
Two things, they're not immediate for 25, but we had quite a review process after the reappraisal, which is probably sitting in a study in your office and in your office. And I just encourage us to be proactive and look at some of those recommendations. Had to do with a lot of different things, customer service, the process. And I think the city can and should do better in the next reappraisal, and we're probably gonna need one sooner than later. So that I'm just an ask to look at that work that the citizen committee did now, dust that off and make it active. Because I think and part of that was a discussion of, should we have more rolling appraisals? And
there's other solutions to that, and that's worked into some of the efficiency I was talking about. I think one of the main things with the last reappraisal was the bottleneck of appeals and people not feeling heard. So the ways to handle that. And I think we have had conversations before about the specific charter changes. It's changes to statute. We're not a small town in Vermont. We're pretty large city, and a lot of the statutes are associated with small towns. You have a very small window for appeals, and some of these efficiencies would be expanded.
Right, and I was identified in Sunday, I believe, and one of them, our charter, and I know that, and I won't speak for Councilor Bergman, but I encourage you sooner than later to get those dusted off and up, because it is an arduous process. I know you're gonna have to talk to your colleagues at the state. It's a interesting, Vala is an interesting group. I've done a lot of them, so I will say that.
Your members.
Yes, but I just want us to be more proactive, particularly if some of that is a charter change. We need to get.
And then, and the reappraisal requirements in 7 years.
6.
6?
It is 6, yeah.
That's
It's 6.
smart.
And so we're going to be mandated to do a reappraisal for tax year 27 fiscal 20. So everyone put that on their radar.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, so I mean, I just think it's a lot of identified problems. I think if we can start working on it now.
Yes, no, absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna be important, and then I don't know how much additional resource that would take, but I think that's just encouraging us to sort of stand.
It could, and I think public outreach has a lot to do with that, keeping the public in. That's transparency.
So then I think that's something I think it's about.
Thanks, just point of information, are you referring to the November 2021 resolution from the council?
No, actually, that was something different. I think this was really directly related to the process of the reappraisal. And citizen education and a bunch of things like that. I think what you're referring to is conversation we've had about understanding the data around homestead credits, who gets it, who doesn't get it. And I don't know that that's more the CAO's office than I think your office, but as we look at things, we need to understand that data better.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I do understand that, and I'm more than happy to explain that to people. That is a state process.
And I do understand that, and that's why I bring it up, because.
And that's one of my line items for the state.
Yeah.
Because we do a lot of work with homesteads, which is definitely a state process.
I think the city proactively needs to work with the state to figure out how we can get that data in a better usable form. Understand.
Yeah, the homestead process is quite a process. It's a lot of information and a lot of processing of that information. And it does typically, and it has been in the city of Burlington, provides a small tax relief. Those who claim homestead in the city.
I think part of the problem is we don't know enough about it collectively.
Yeah.
That's maybe a conversation for another day. I did just want to say I gave a suggestion to Assessor Turner that I can hope we can do some more front-facing things, like the state of Vermont has the property transfer tax. That's actually not hard data to get. I can't do it, but you know, specific for Burlington. So it's a slog to always go back to the assessor card.
Yeah, we're trying to it is our job to update those transfers within the city system. Yeah. We do a pretty good job of staying on that within 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, no, it's
yeah, and this lies within our department. But it's communication with the state. The state sends us those, and we process those. The CT's office processes those, and then we're a recipient of that because we handle those. And we have to apply and analyze those transfers. That's part of our work.
It's more like in this part of town, you know, it's the slicing and dicing, not that you don't have it, but it's hard to get at.
Yeah. You can search those online, in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
So Councilor Kane and Councilor Barlow.
So are you familiar with the November 2021 resolution?
The ad hoc committee that we'll put over?
No, this
came out of council, yeah.
Yeah, it was a proposal to really basically look at the homestead credit and, well, it doesn't say that explicitly, but analyze how much net taxes people pay, basically, that's it. So it's a combo between what data you have and the CAO would have. The CAO understands how much credit per house there is, and you understand the house.
Yeah, correct. No, we see that information too. We get those uploads.
Yeah.
Some of that is sensitive information.
Yes, and that's
associated
part
with
of the issue is how to desensitize it and then analyze it. And the proposal, I think Council Kane is talking about, was recommended that the city, which we didn't follow through on, hire a consultant to help us figure out how to do that.
Yeah, well, I think the big hurdle there is desensitizing the information because it's personal income information, so it's not open to the public. So we get that information and we're supposed to react.
But things like how many people in the city of Burlington earn under $50,000?
Oh, sure.
You know, that kind of stuff, and how much, what's the net tax payment for people under $50,000? Making it up.
I don't, that's a great question. I would love to analyze that. I just don't know how to do so. Yeah, if that question is proposed, I think.
Councilor Kane, yeah,
Thank you.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so this resolution from November 2021, did call on the city, to hire a consultant to look at equity and in the system and in a number of ways that I think really has not been done. And then we also had this board finance presentation in January that you were present for, the Urban 3 guidance. And I am concerned because I've followed up with you offline, and it sounds like there has not been any substantive work on addressing the issues highlighted by Mr. Matazi. I'm very concerned to hear that now your department is, if I understand correctly, going to be even smaller than it was when it did not accomplish, to my knowledge, any of the improvements highlighted in the November 2021 resolution or in Joe Matazi's January 2024 presentation.
That is correct. Our department will be smaller. So that is a good point. The Matazi presentation, he brought good things to, he brought a lot of good things to light. And I think I've expressed this to you, Councilor Kane, that what he was talking about are large changes to the system itself. And statutorily, or charter, we cannot address those off reevaluation. We can't, it's kind of like picking on a specific class of people. We can't do that. He did bring up a lot of, vertical equity issues. And I don't disagree with those, but I also have, my hands are tied associated with changing values and dealing with those outside of a reevaluation. Because we can't, without substantive physical change, use change, or large changes to specific properties, we cannot change their assessed value. If they're physical changes, if an addition, they change the use of that property to a bed and breakfast, and now we're generating income. That allows us to analyze those properties a little bit deeper. Unless they open the appeal door. If they appeal their property, which no one would in the situation of Urban 3, we can't change those values. By understanding inequities associated with it, we're also bound by charter and statute heavily. And we have specific things, we have specific regulations that we can and can't do. I don't disagree with some of the points that Urban 3 brought up, and I don't disagree with some of the points brought up here, but I don't think any fiscal year is the time to address them. I think the time to address them is during the evaluation.
That point, Mr. Minikazi presented data each year, 2021, 2022, 2023. He showed that the inequities are there every year. They're there right freshly when we reassess, that there is an inherent issue in the way that we do these assessments. And so I think it would be appropriate for your office to be figuring out under what conditions we, even just looking backward, we could have, using the data, the Burlington data that, was used in the analysis, like what could we have done differently? And I've asked you this before, and I don't feel like I've received any semblance of an answer, and just very concerned to hear that your department's gonna get even smaller, and I'm very interested in making sure that as part of this budget, we do set aside the funds to hire this consultant as we outlined in the November 2021 resolution, which I think was supposed to be the Public Assets Institute, according to everyone I've spoken to.
So I'll make a note of that, and just as a general PSA to all counselors, if we're adding things, I love ideas about where we're gonna find the revenue for that, the $13.1 million budget gap, and just total transparency. I had department heads work super duper hard to find how we were able to plug that to maintain our existing services, and I hear the importance and believe in it. But a lot of shared interests, and I hear Dave's after all to say, and back to Counselor Carpenter, we have a lot of prep work to do while we get ready for the next assessment and doing it proactively and early. So I see some cohesion and we're starting to work in that direction. So totally open to ideas to add, and what's the other side of it as well. I just ask for folks to think about that as I pass the ball to you all to start working on this budget. I am noting that she spoke at all these questions we're getting. Joe, see you. At 8:31, I have Counselor Barlow, I see Counselor Grant and Counselor Travers, and it's 8:30. I have a police budget and then also additional memo for me to get through. Just as a PSA, Counselor Barlow.
Thank you. So I have an open and earlier version of the presentation that still had the deputy assessor listed in the assessor staff in 125. And we also heard from Kenneth, and that was at the beginning in public forum. And I'm just curious, and I understand the budgetary pressures we're under, but just seeing how it says here that the deputy assessor values all commercial and residential real estate, manages tax bill preparation. In the absence of a deputy assessor, how will that work? And what's the thinking on that staffing besides budgetary?
Well, you mean, the specifics of the removal of the deputy assessor position, they're still being worked out. So it is removed from the FY25 budget. Do we know specifics on how it's gonna look? It's still a work in progress. We have talked about it, but we have come to no concrete decision on responsibility shifts and how it's going. That's
I don't know, it seems like in budget development, we would need to understand that before how we're gonna accomplish those tasks, given what I know. I sat on the board of tax appeal there, after the reappraisal, I know how understaffed the assessor's office was, and how challenging, just in a normal year, your role of your department. So, I understand if we're gonna add something, we need to find offset somewhere else, but this is, to me, like that, and a questionable place to hold the vacancy open. That's just my thinking. There may be other places. There's only 3 people in this department.
Just to briefly take this one, Counselor Barlow. Hey Joe, it's just, I did ask every department head to really dig deep and see what they could possibly hold open. That's what this proposal was. The assessor's office was trying to be a team player. I asked across all departments, and this is where it gets really hard, right? So happy to reconsider and reshuffle things. That's the next phase of the work going forward. And I do appreciate Assessor for trying to do their part on a really small budget as well. So is absolutely what he's saying too. This is still an open conversation, and if this is not the right place to hold an open vacancy, message received, and we will have to do a hard choice elsewhere, of course, and that's again where I look forward to. Counselor Grant.
Thank you. Just to follow up on some of the points that Counselor Kane was mentioning, I think for both of us, looking at in particular the Central District wards 2 and 3 and the inequity in those wards, because on one hand it was like, oh, we're doing this really great job because we're collecting so much revenue from that area. And part of that is, well, actually, I'm not even sure it's downtown businesses, given the issues with the reevaluation of some of those businesses related to COVID, so. Let me not speak on that, but, for us to really make sure, if you are gonna continue the limited number of staff, to really have a plan that being proactive to address some of this is what I see as a huge burden on working people and barely hanging on, if at all, to the middle class. You know, that's what really stood out to me with regards to that concentration in these two wards. I think it would be worth it, once we've cleared the budgetary process, to go back to that presentation. I would suggest to our new mayor, if you have not had a chance to see that presentation, it should definitely watch it, and we should plan long range, because it did present equity issues, and I just wanna make sure we are prepared for that, because I understand what you're saying about how it makes sense to do it at this time when we reevaluate, but let's just make sure we're really prepared for that, because if we're gonna be shorthanded for a period of time, how much work preparing will we actually be able to get done? So that would just be my request, and thank you for your feedback on those issues, and thank you for your questions as well. We've talked a lot about that presentation as it affected those two, just certain things were.
My home neighborhood, I would totally appreciate it, Councilor. Move on to Councilor Travers, and then we're gonna move on, friends.
This isn't really with respect to the assessor's office in particular, but it's more generally with respect to the budget presentations and your comment, Mayor, that to the extent we wanted to add items, we should figure out where it's gonna be offset elsewhere in the budget. I will admit, this is my third year looking at these budget documents now. I find them to be notoriously difficult to read, particularly when they are siloed by department like this. We're having to open up different PDFs and different presentations, and you know, my request would be at your office's earliest convenience for the council to get an Excel version of the full FY25 budget, because to your ask, if we're looking for offsets elsewhere in the budget, I think that would be much easier for us to be able to review and to manipulate. So I would appreciate that whenever you have the opportunity.
Absolutely, thank you. Councilor Travers, and I've been talking with the CAO, and we hope to, I mean, Catherine will tell me, but the goal is to give a full final presentation on at the June 3rd, which is Monday, Board of Finance, and I believe the Excel sheets are a part of that. I don't want to get ahead of myself. This is my first cycle of leading us through this. But that, if that's not the case, it will be right after that, because June 10th at the full city council will be the full presentation to the full council, to the full budget, all the final aspects of that. So it's coming rather soon. And I do appreciate that as a former city councilor. It is very strange, it's not strange, it was very hard to track between budget, and I want to make this as easy for y'all to engage with, and I've learned a lot along the way around consistency in presentation, access to information, and transparency. So I keep many notes along the way. So
thank you.
Thank you. All right, and with that, thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Next up, we have two more agenda items. Next up is the police department, followed by a quick, hopefully, well, a mayor memo, also looking at community safety, but it's a little more expansive than the police department. So it is different from the police department, different topics. So next up, we have the police department. I'm starting to stand this. I don't know why we're so like on it. I'm like bloodshot eyes and I'm looking it down. No, it's like we did learn. No, as you're settling, please just introduce yourself. We'll get you sharing capacity, and then we'll get started. Right.
Hi, I am John Murad. I'm the chief of police, and this.
Shannon Trammell, the executive manager.
So Shannon is responsible for our end of the budget process, the money parts, working very closely with CAO Shah. Brad is going to run through this. My computer would not sync up with the open network here, and my VPN wouldn't accept the open network here. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, first slide, please. So the first two slides are really just some incidents volume. Any of you who see the chief's reports, and all of you do receive those chief's reports that we do monthly, have seen these before. Next, please. This is just the year-to-date data. We are up 6% over last year and 4% over 2019, which was the highest prior to this year in the past 5 years. Next, please. This is our headcount, and I am projecting on this slide through July 1st. So what we will begin the fiscal year with is 67 officers. We're currently at 65, but we will bring aboard 2 in June. We will bring aboard on Monday a new lateral officer from Texas, and on the 9th, we will bring a former recruit who finished the police academy and then transitioned to being a CSO from police officer, but is going back to rejoin field training and be in field training. Additionally, we have an officer graduating on Friday from the Vermont Police Academy. And so we're hopeful that that person also will be in field training over the summer, possibly 3 officers in field training over the summer. They will not, however, be solo officers until sometime in September. Next, please. That difference between being graduated and police officers in field training but not being solo is what this chart shows. This is the difference between our actual and our effective headcount. Basically, if you're in field training, you're not an effective officer. You can't go off on your own and answer calls for service. You have to be in contact with your field training officer or FTO. Similarly, we have officers who are on various kinds of leave. We have an officer who's due to have twins any minute now. And so she's not, she's in the orange line in that we are paying her. She is a member of our team, but she is not in the blue line in that she's not out there working as a police officer. We really fell to our lowest point in August of 2022. That's when this body, the city council, approved our new contract, and that is when we were able to start regrowing. We are better with regard to our effective headcount right now than we have been at any time since December 21. And so there has been some improvement and some growth in that. It's not as fast as any of us would like, but it is in progress. We are, I'm sorry, thank you. At 67 police officers, we are smaller than some other entities. We're the only major city in the country that has more firefighters than police officers. Next, please. This is another way of looking at those officers. Again, these are things that are familiar to you from the chief's reports. If you look at those, just a graph on how we're deploying our officers. And also noting that we have other positions as well. And on July 1st, we will have 6 community service officers that may conflict with the next page, which talks about what we have at this moment. As I said, we have a CSO who's going to be transitioning to police officer. So he's on the next page as 7 CSOs, but on July 1st, we'll have 6 CSOs. We have 5 CSLs. We had a full complement of 6, but we promoted 1 to the community support supervisor. And I'm very confident we'll be able to fill that CSL position very quickly in the new year. There are a lot of people that we've had for that, looking into that job. Yes, please. This describes those jobs a little bit more. So again, sorry for the discrepancy, but as of May 20th, we have 7 CSOs and 5 CSLs. Both of the positions are incredibly important to what we do. Next, please. And this is the org chart that shows where those positions are, right? So in the green, that's where those CSLs are. The green on the left-hand side is Cape. And you'll see there's 1 sworn officer that resides in Cape. The reporting structure has that officer actually reporting to the Deputy Chief of Operations. Officers can't report to non-sworn personnel. That's a component of the contract, but also law and the way policing works. But that domestic violence prevention officer works incredibly closely with Cape and is embedded and sits in that part of the department. It's run by Lacey Smith, the Assistant Director of Cape. It includes the community support supervisor and support liaisons, or CSLs, the domestic violence victims advocate, the CARES supervisor who is hired, the CARES clinicians who we have posted for and are working to hire. Another person that sits in there is a CEDO employee, the victim specialist, who is partly employed by CEDO and partly by us, but is a CEDO employee. The yellow, which is next over from the left, is US Bureau Patrol, Deputy Chief of Operations, the area lieutenants, the airport, and then our community service officers, who are unsworn, unarmed officers who deal with animal issues. They deal with non-injury crashes. And then the patrol officers that are really the backbone of what a police department does. And we are allocated, if we look at 87, the way 87 would break down would be 48 patrol officers. As the previous slide showed, we have 26 right now. We have the middle area, which is our administrative sections, run by Executive Manager Trammell, our PIO, our business manager, that's an empty position, our inventory control specialist, our police and fire accountant. Over from that, we have our detectives underneath the Deputy Chief of Administration. And the detectives include our general detectives, our drug unit detectives, our Kuzi detectives, and then the administrative lieutenant and several other aspects also report to the Deputy Chief of Administration, including records and our training apparatuses and our dispatch center. Very important. That dispatch center is currently allocated with 11, but it's got 10 in it right now. And we're probably going to see the network administrator and the tech specialist change the reporting structure to the executive manager rather than to the Deputy Chief of Administration. Next, please. Our operating expenses. Over 90% of our total budget is in headcount and staffing. That includes benefits and overtime and salaries, et cetera. Our revenue we'll describe on the next page a little bit. Our operating expenses absent salary are the two blue ones there. The move from 1,077,000 to 1,700,000 essentially, a little bit shy of that. That increase includes money for utility increases, training, specialized equipment, building maintenance. We'll talk about that a little bit towards the end. As well as $300,000 for our Axon renegotiation. That's our body-worn cameras, the storage for those cameras, which is the most expensive component, and our CEWs, conducted electrical weapons or tasers. And it's also $71,000 for Burlington Cares. Next, please. The revenues, vacancies, and considerations. So our anticipated revenues for FY25, we're not a revenue-heavy entity. We get money for airport services, which is a form of revenue insofar as our budget goes, but it's not revenue in the sense of earned money. We have interfund money from ARPA, a DMH grant for Burlington Cares that we anticipate finally being able to leverage and use. And then we have some small fees for services. Motor vehicle fines are very small. We offer warnings rather than tickets in 80% of our motor vehicle stops. And there's 13,000 in fees for various forms of fee for public safety. Sorry? Fingerprinting, et cetera. Thanks. Vacancies. We're short 22 officers right now. If we're at 67 at the beginning of the fiscal year, it'll be short 20 compared to the 87. And among those 22 are 5 sergeants. And that's really a place that's painful for us right now. We're short 4 community service officers, 4 emergency communications specialists, 2, and that is better than we have been in several years. 2 cares clinicians, a support liaison, a command staff assistant, incredibly important. Shannon does far too much of her old job than she should be doing as the executive manager. We're short a senior network administrator. Perhaps my problem with VPN would have been solved if we had one, and we're short a budget manager. Our considerations for FY25 include these officers and the number that are vacant and the number that we're going to call vacant this year. It includes overtime and contractual increases. Obviously, our officers are getting more expensive, and they did negotiate a really strong contract, and that contract matures this fiscal year, and it's a big maturation. We're also looking at restructuring cares in ways that will, I'm sure, occasion some questions at the end of this part. Next, please. Overtime. Overtime has been a big challenge. Now you see there the red dot is the headcount since the beginning of FY20, and the sworn officers comprise the bulk of our overtime. But as you'll see in the smaller graphic on the right, the green and the orange are the overtime in dispatch. And that overtime, including the tremendous overages we saw, was because regionalization and the threat of regionalizing dispatch caused a mass exodus in that room. Tremendous amounts of unhappiness and discomfort. Regionalization was a real goad for us to lose tremendous numbers of dispatchers. We got down to 4 at one point. And the way in which we were able to keep that center active and operational when we only had 4 full-time employees was by using police supervisors who we could order in, and they were expensive because they were on overtime, and their police supervisor overtime is much more than a dispatcher's overtime. We used firefighters on overtime, once we got an agreement with the fire department. They were very expensive. We are hopeful to see a significant decrease in that overage part, because again, we're at 10 right now. We will have 11 by the beginning of the FY, although that one will not be fully trained.
She gave about
Yes.
4.5 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rebuilding, we've been making progress. You'll see there in 2013, 15 total including 4 laterals. Both of those are numbers that we've never seen before in the last decade, and really we can go back about 3 decades and not see 15 brand new officers in the course of a year. However, we retain 10, and that is, not what we want. We want to be doing a little bit better than that. And that, by the way, is gonna differ a little bit from the one that's online. So I apologize, I had to recalculate the very bottom line, the 2023 line, for where we are right now. And originally, the graphic showed where we were on the first of the year. So apologies, if yours differs a bit from that. Next, please. This challenge really is, can we grow by 20 officers? By when? By the end of FY27? We thought we could do it faster, and we did not meet all the numbers that we needed to meet this past academy class in February of 24. So I do think, however, that we can still get into the 80s by FY27. And that accounts for the known tenure retirements in that out and a reasonable number of unknown resignations or separations. We're never gonna keep every single recruit that we bring in. The nature of the police academy is that some recruits don't make it through, and we frankly want that because it indicates that the academy is a robust and difficult and challenging process. Next, please. The 3-part strategy, again, retention, recruiting, and continuing to build these new things that we're building, including CAPE. Next, please. And a big part of recruitment and retention is our facility. We have the oldest facility for police in the entire county. The late Tony Pomerleau generously bought this building and sold it to the city for $1. It was a paint store at the time, and it had been a paint store for a couple decades earlier than that, and an auto parts store before that. It is not a purpose-built building. It is the oldest facility that's still in use in the county, as far as the building goes and as far as the lack of renovation goes. And we lose people when they come up, sometimes even driving to visit Burlington and coming in to meet. And when they walk in that building, what they see does not impress. And that's something that we desperately need and need to focus on. And last is what we're offering. We're one of the strongest contracts and strongest compensation packages in the region. And it has been helpful. It's helped us keep what we've got. It's helped us grow in impressive ways with regard to historical standards, but it is not enough by itself.
1 minute and 30 seconds left. Questions from counselors?
She's gonna talk a lot more in your question.
We want to also acknowledge Shannon has done an immense amount of education for me on the police budget, and I just want to acknowledge Shannon very hard work, holding a lot of goals as the chief just said. Questions from counselors, comments? So
I was very disappointed that there's a proposal to not fund the 3 CSOs. And I'm curious how you explain how aligning the shift, what that means. And I say that because so consistently I hear about our lack of ability to respond and people's frustration. And there's 1,000 frustrations, which we all hear. But one of them is response. I need a live person to talk to. And part of that seems to me a role that a CSO can play. I know they can't do everything, but this high level of need for response, even if it's patching you over till I can get a sworn officer to you, is something that I don't think we're addressing well. So I'd just like to sort of, how do you make of it?
You're looking at me, so I'm gonna answer that first, Councilor Carpenter, I appreciate that. So in our attempt to ask every department where can there be held vacancies, you've heard me say this before, we looked at the CSOs and it has been budgeted 11 FTEs, I don't know how long the program has been open, those have never been filled all the way to 11. And when we looked at it around hiring practices, again, ability to recruit for those positions, It was recommended by the department, including the chief and Shannon, that we could go to 8. That would match up with the shifting schedule, structurally, so 2 on each of the shifts. And that is what they were able to offer. I believe we're at 7, maybe about to be 8, but I'm looking at the chief and Shannon at this point. And as I said, these are held open vacancies. It's not an elimination of 11 getting to that point, but that reflects the realities of hiring for this position. There's challenges there as much as there's challenges with hiring for sworn officers. Did I miss anything?
And what if 2 walk in tomorrow? I mean, I really.
Well, much like sworn officers, if we stumble upon the great fortune of finding 11 sworn officers we can find this next fiscal year, or even more CSOs, I've said, and this is why we're checking in quarterly on this, we will open up the ability to make it a budget adjustment. This is a commitment to rebuilding the police department and looking at comprehensive community safety, in a way that aligns with the realities of workforce hiring. And that's where I asked both in the sworn officer line as well as CSOs, tell me realistically what we think we can hire. And as we have more people who come to us laterally and elsewhere, then we will adjust as needed. But I'm trying to be consistent with my requests across departments as well to make sure we're holding open vacancies and not filling things, or not budgeting for things that we can't realistically fill.
Understood. I just want to make sure that we continue a very robust program of recruitment, that anything we propose budget-wise not prohibit us. I mean, and I'm concerned about that because it's a message we, as you just said, we're hiring. And the message has to be we're hiring in both sides of it.
Absolutely. But I'd love the chief to speak to recruitment because I don't have that information necessarily, but I intend in the budget resolution and will accompany this to put, that's where I think policy language should exist. And so they'll clearly state the commitment to rebuilding the police officer sworn officer number, the commitment to what it takes to have a comprehensive community safety response system. So you'll see that language there. I think it's really important to put it there and not in budget line items that aren't transparent to what our intentions are as a city. It's your recruitment, if you don't mind.
Sure, thank you, ma'am, and please weigh in on anything. Recruitment is being driven by our Corporal Carolyn Irwin, who is our recruitment officer, and Anhat Bajwa, who is our recruitment coordinator in a professional position, not a sworn officer. As I said, you know, to go from 4 dispatchers to being at 11 right now is largely their effort. They did that simultaneously to bringing in more police officers than we ever have in the last 2 decades. They also brought in a number of CSOs and are working hard on that. They've leveraged every sort of tool. They've worked closely with HR. One thing that we haven't done is have a really sort of wide-ranging, comprehensive either marketing campaign and or advertising campaign. And while we looked into some efforts at that, we were never really able to pull the trigger. There were monies that were set aside for it. They are monies that we also need to use, however, to maintain the bonuses that we are given. And right now, we have in fact nominally spoken for all of the bonuses that were originally allocated by the city council. Now, when I say nominally, what I mean by that is that they're not all paid out. It is an installment bonus, and as a result, even people who have already been hired and finished academy, they get the first one when they finish field training. They get the second when they are a year after that, and then a year after that. Nobody has gotten the full amount, I don't think, except maybe Meyer-Dirks. I think Meyer-Dirks has received the full amount. None of the others have, but it's spoken for, and we don't want to lose them. So we want to disperse that money. If we do so, then we are out right now. But we want to continue to offer it to additional and new recruits, and it says it actually that it's being offered on our current advertising materials. Where is that coming from? Some of that is coming from the money that was allocated for general recruitment efforts, including marketing, et cetera. We've had some contract issues of getting contracts signed with marketing providers or headhunters, and both of those are things that are different, right? There's advertising, there's marketing, and then there is also headhunting, which is a little bit more targeted allegedly at individuals. We are very close to being able to get a marketing video put together to the tune of about 35, but the contract that would have been for the headhunter we couldn't get it out of, frankly, the city attorney's office, and we're trying to get that done. And in the meantime, we started to have some doubts about that particular contractor too. Just the way in which that company operated. So, yeah, that's where we are with those efforts.
So that is an assigned fund balance to the department that will carry over. And $100,000 of that is set aside for those sign-on bonuses to be able to recruit. Additionally, as the chief mentioned, we are setting aside roughly 35,000 of that and hopes to have a professional videographer make some recruitment videos aimed at, we have a 30 by 30, so recruiting for female staff, female officers, and also a couple of other general ads that Corporal Irwin and ONHAD have identified. Additionally, with those funds, the goal or something that I have placed as like I think is a need because we just don't have the capacity is to have sort of like an ads manager to place these videos and ads in locations that is similar to Burlington, similar to Vermont, and similar to our goals and aligning with those that we would like to see on our police force. And we don't have the capacity to do that ourselves, so some of that money would be set aside to do that. Also, I believe ONHAD came to you for a pitch to do employee incentives for police recruits. So it's very nominal in the fees. If someone brings a recruit and they make it, through the different processes, then that employee may be able to receive some funds. I think it's still in development, but at least it's an idea that, the recruitment team has brought to the table.
We have, in addition to that, there are proposals from the recruitment team for headhunting incentives for employees. That is, employees can get benefits if they are able to recruit people, and they too would get paid as each recruit sort of makes it through various stages. They'd get a little extra, maybe a day off, maybe a little bit of money, etc. Some of those things may be negotiable. You may have to go through the CBAs in order to make that possible. But we don't know yet. There's also a proposal for some movement incentives, particularly for lateral officers who are already certified. We are able to bring laterals in at step 7 of the contract rather than the first step. That's helpful. But even that is not really enough for some people. If you've done 10 years in another police department already, you're probably past our step 7. And so what is it that's going to compel you here? What can we do to sweeten that pot? And relocation incentives are a proposal for that. And last but not least, with regard to, because it's certainly not least, with regard to retention, they came up with a very innovative sabbatical program proposal. And these are all things that we are hopeful to put together and present to the administration and ultimately also to you. But they are things that we're trying to do to differentiate ourselves. The Vermont League of Cities and Towns just released, or at least I saw a draft of it today, so maybe it's not released, but some interviews that they did with law enforcement across the state. And all of the chiefs around the state are talking about the fact that we've sort of put ourselves in bidding wars against one another about how it is that we make each of us differentiate from each other in order to say this is the place to come. What I will say is that we've had a lot of internal movement of people moving from CSL roles to police roles or CSO roles to police roles. And that says that largely the internal culture is one where people want to be part of the department and are happy where they are. They like what's going on right now. They like the way that the department is moving, and they want to continue to serve the city in the way that this department serves the city.
So given what time it is, I'm curious what other councilors have questions besides Councilor Grant, Councilor Kane, Barlow, Councilor Grant.
So just a clarification regarding the video, what was the cost on that?
It's roughly a little over $30,000, I believe.
And the contractor in or out of state?
I am not sure.
Out of state.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that we also looked at one point at a company that was going to do an ad for us and do a certain amount of search engine optimization, et cetera. They were asking $300,000, and it's simply we didn't have money We thought we might be able to negotiate them into the range that we did have, but that would have been the entirety of what we had. And frankly, we sort of balked at pulling the trigger in the end.
In or out of state?
Out of state of that company.
Okay, so I think we're making some mistakes here and not looking at who we have in state that can do this work. I would strongly suggest and would be happy to facilitate conversation with the media factory. They're a fantastic resource. They have, or also Town Meeting TV. They both do fees for service. They have the equipment, they have the training, and I feel pretty positive that they would be substantially a lower cost. And there could be some benefit in that, the things that they produce, if they can have them used in their programming. There's just a lot of flexibility there, so I think it'd be worth it sitting down and having. I think to overlook those two for fees for service. We need to look at that, and we need to, and I could look around because we have a lot of people that do SEO, do websites that are local. So I have to think that we can really dramatically cut off the cost with regards to that. And part of what I wanted to see in the budget was monies more detailed for recruiting and retention, because we are missing the boat, not getting that off the ground. And I was listening to a podcast this morning, it's called The Modern Cop. And they had a show on retention and recruiting. And they were talking to people, Arizona, Canada, not in Austin, but the same county as Austin, Texas, I believe, someone from the Northeast, and getting feedback from other people that were listening and participating. And the one thing they hammered was like, if you're not doing social media, you're not aggressive online, you are missing the boat. I got the podcast on Spotify, but I'll try and find more information to you. And I do periodically, I don't always agree with everything that's said, right? Because we know, and even in the discussions, someone from Texas talks really differently about policing than someone from the Northeast. And that's something we need to be mindful of. So I keep my fingers crossed for a
I remember the comment, so.
Yes, you know, and but it just, to me, I was like, wow, I out of all the things they're all talking about, they all were like, yeah, except for one who had a very unusual, they worked in a town that was like an oil field. So it was literally 5,000 people, but it quadrupled because of the oil field. They had a very interesting schedule though, it wasn't like the others, but otherwise everyone was just like, hey, yeah, this is the fact. It was like the one thing they agreed upon. And I think it's something that's been talked about a long time. And what do we do to really push that forward? Because when we talk about what we need to do to increase our number of applications, and we are not properly using that, and we're not doing more to look at the local people that could be helping us, and maybe in some type of trade or acknowledgement, and helping toward public safety. There's like a lot of room for negotiation with money versus recognition, and I think there's really needs to be a lot of thinking outside of the box. And I just want to make one quick comment about the CSOs. The CSOs, very similar to the issue with trying to get sworn officers. It doesn't make sense at this time to put things in the budget where we can't hire those positions. So we have to be very careful how we talk about this in the public, because as the mayor just said, if it turns out we get people that do apply and they're qualified and we can hire them, we can do a budget amendment. But that position, we haven't gotten to 11, and one positive aspect is that some of the CSOs have expressed interest, and then they go to the academy and they start to work toward being an officer. So that's been part of the reason we haven't been able to maintain those numbers, but we have to be very careful about what we say so that we're not inadvertently misleading people like, oh, they're cutting these positions. That's not what's happening here. Thank you.
Well, they won't apply, just to a point of information, they won't apply if we don't post, and if we get to 8, we won't be able to post, so.
Well, that's not what I'm
Hold on,
hearing.
Chief, that's not what we talked about. So what we talked about was that we're holding open 3 vacancies and we would talk again if we know you have enough interest for those positions. So just to clarify, this is not a cap, this is not a limit on the number of CXOs, it is holding open vacant positions based on the information you provided around our past hiring practices, the reality of workforce recruitment right now for CSOs, and we will revisit as necessary. For what, given what time it is, going to Counselor Kane and then Counselor Barlow and then Counselor.
Thanks. Just to comment on this topic of CSOs. I just as a citizen interested in the efforts in getting a better understanding of the efforts the city has made. I looked at the budget last year and I saw that I think the request was 18.7 versus 16.7 the year before. There's a community support line. I saw that there was an extra like 600,000. So maybe, a good chunk of the new expenditure going towards community support. If you look at the budget this year, that same like message, definitely does not come through. It looks like there's, an extra 4 million being requested above what we spent this past year, an extra 2 million above what was requested last year. And what I can tell, it doesn't look like we're investing more dollars necessarily in community support. It's a little bit difficult to read, just the way things have been reorganized with like CAPE and CARES. But like especially with like the CARES program being stood up, this notion that like we are investing significantly more in traditional policing or wherever, but not in these new community support areas that are very exciting to the community. I think is not I think there are issues with the optics around it, even if like I understand concerns about actually hiring for these positions and about how we actually do budgets. So I just wanna register that comment. I have another comment as well, which is that there's this slide with the graph of the steep decline in sworn officers that Chief Murad usually show, I think every presentation that I've ever seen you give. And I've always found it confusing because we did start hiring for these new categories of positions. They're technically non-sworn officers, but I think for the purposes of like I don't think the community necessarily views it that way, and I think it is misleading to show this steep decline with really never, to my knowledge, like ever appropriate context. So I just wanted to point out that comment for future public presentations. And I did have a couple questions. There's been some concern about staffing police officers at the airport. So I just wanted to clarify, what is our requirement for staffing officers at the airport? Because it seems to me, and I think it seems to other counselors, that we should be focusing our resources on Burlington. We have significant staffing shortages, so I understand there may be some requirement, and what is that requirement exactly?
The requirement for the airport is dictated by the number of gates and the number of hours, and it is a component of their FAA and TSA plan for safety. And it's required that there be local law enforcement at the airport to cover the gates and the hours. It requires 8 police officers. Anything less cannot cover the hours. We currently have 7 out there, in that we have 6 permanently assigned, and we have 2 who are both doing half-time duty out there, and we have left the airport uncovered for a certain period of the midnights. So when the last flight comes in, from the time the last flight comes in until the first gate opens, there is not coverage. And that's not really what the plan calls for out there. So what we have right now is, as I said, 6 permanently staffed, and 2 who they are both midnight officers who begin their shift in the downtown midnight and go out to the airport at 3 in time for the opening of the gates. So although there's 2 officers, we call it, they together equal 1 because they're both doing a half shift. So that's 7 rather than 8. And that's as tight as we can make it, really. There are, when we did briefly have only 6, the airport paid additional overtime to officers to be out there. But that overtime ultimately is a zero-sum game for the officers downtown. So it might work in the sense that the officers say, sure, I'll do overtime out there after I get off my evening shift at 2:45. But if I do so, then I'm not likely to do overtime in the downtown. And there's, only so many hours that anybody can work. The contract requires that we keep 4 out there permanently assigned, but the functionality is 8.
Thank you. And I do have another couple questions, but
Do you mind
maybe,
just doing one and then we'll see if we have a second pass?
Yeah,
It's late and then just want to make sure everybody has a chance to comment or ask things.
yeah, just very briefly, I was wondering if you could comment on traffic enforcement. I know that traffic enforcement was down significantly. I think has come back some with it in your presentation, recent presentation to the police commission. I was wondering if you could comment on just the nature of how traffic enforcement is being done, how that has changed, who, in terms of like who's doing it, whether they're armed, that sort of thing. CSO, CSLs, who's involved in the process.
CSOs can't make traffic stops.
I see.
So only police officers can stop a car.
So there's been no change in terms of how we do traffic enforcement, just the
No.
actual numbers have changed recently.
Well, they've changed significantly relative to the incredibly low number that they had fallen to. We used to do several thousand traffic stops each year. We are down 90% from those highs. We are up, however, we're approaching double this year versus last year, not this year, excuse me, 23 versus 22. And 24 is already on track to be a little higher than 23. And although it's double relative to the low, it barely budged with regard to, I think it went from 90% down to 87% down relative to the highs, because the change has been so great from those highs. The traffic stops currently are done, I think almost half of the stops were done by a single officer. That officer does a lot of overtime on what's called a sharp detail that's funded externally and not by the city. The locations are largely dictated by crash data reported to the DMV. We still are maintaining a rate of about 80% or plus, or a little more than 80% warnings for all drivers rather than tickets. But we are going to see some data in the annual report that says that there has been some changes with regard to racial balance in stops that I'm concerned by and that we're going to be looking into. The challenge, however, is that, as I said, although one officer did about 240 stops, no other officer did any more than 32. And in fact, the vast majority did far fewer than 32. The disparity in stops that we've seen relative to crash data is entirely in those officers who are only making a tiny handful of stops. It's not the officer who made the bulk of stops. He's stopped people at a rate that is less than their population, black drivers at a rate that's less than their population for presence in the crash data. So what do we do about that? I'm looking into doing some reviews of traffic stops to make certain that the federal requirements for what constitutes a courteous and effective traffic stops are being met. We probably have to do that in an audit fashion and sort of say, is the officer introducing himself or herself? Is the officer stating the reason for the stop? Is the officer doing a relatively quick stop, only asking for materials that are relevant and then moving on quickly, offering a warning at the same rate? We're going to check on that. But insofar as stops, we have I just received, as did the mayor, communications from a person who's in the South End who is begging for more enforcement. There are a lot of parts of the city that are begging for more traffic enforcement because they're seeing really egregious driving. And we have largely turned the regulation of driving over to engineering, not to enforcement. And I've said for some time now that I thought that the elasticity of how far we could get without having enforcement is probably going to come to a head at some point. It appears to be.
So who has the authority to decide who gets to do traffic stops, like whether non-sworn officers can start doing?
It's simply not, there's no legal, you can't legally stop somebody. Our CSOs can't stop anybody.
It's us being the city council could decide, like,
No, absolutely not.
state, like, who would have to like make a decision that traffic enforcement.
The federal constitution.
Federal.
Thank you, Councilor Kane, Councilor Barlow, and then Councilor Carpenter, and then we'll see where we are.
Thank you. So a couple of things, I guess. I have a lot to say, but I'm trying to like be mindful of where we are. We are still in the midst of the priority response plan, and will be for some time.
Yes.
And you're probably through fiscal 25.
Through, I mean, I can't, we had to implement it when we hit the mid-70s. I can't see undoing it until we are again in the mid to high 70s.
And while we're there, and even maybe while we would be in it still, we wouldn't get to a point where we could stand up a street crime machine.
No.
And so we have this basic sort of, I don't want to call it enforcement, but it's essentially a function of enforcement that we can't provide right.
No.
And so we have this trajectory that we're on for rehiring. We have some really good ideas about how we might accelerate that. Whether it be with housing incentives or trying to do some impact bargaining to try to increase the step at which we could bring in a lateral. And other great ideas I'm sure we have, along with this idea about recruitment and trying to use social media, as Councilor Grant suggested, and you know, some video and media, and all of that takes money. And so I don't know that we have that money in this budget to accelerate that rehire process that we desperately need in the city right now. So that's a concern of mine. And so maybe that's an editorial comment, and I will ask a question about one of the line items, and maybe you answered this earlier when you were talking about officers working in dispatch, but police uniform services, the overtime line is like $95,000 less than it was in FY24. And I'm just wondering why that is. When I looked at the trajectory line for overtime through May 23rd, and we projected it out, it looked like it would exceed the FY23 line. And I know that salaries have gone up. I'm just wondering if we're scripting on the
Me to answer? So in FY24, uniform services was budgeted for $850,000 in overtime. For FY25, we're budgeting $900,000. We are currently drastically over that number currently.
I guess that's right.
And that was at direction of targeted enforcement for certain areas of the city from the previous administration. So it was parking garage details, it was city hall park direction for enforcement, where all of our resources were staffed to certain areas to address disorder.
Deck towers.
Correct.
A detail where we have an off-duty officer on overtime come in and do transports only, because since there's no jail in Chittenden County anymore, every time we arrest somebody and take that person into custody, rather than releasing them with a citation, they have to be taken to St. Albans. It is a multi-hour process, and that officer is lost to patrol. So if we start the shift with 4 officers and somebody makes an arrest, that person can be gone for the rest of the shift. So we would ask officers to come in on overtime for a transport detail, which was tremendously helpful to the officers who were on patrol.
So we budgeted $850,000. We actually we've spent $995,000, and then for fiscal 25, we're budgeting $900,000, which is less. So would that mean that we're not going to be doing that targeted enforcement like we did in December?
So we have been in collaboration with the mayor's office, and we'll be meeting quarterly, as she mentioned, to assess where we're at and what we, what goals and what we're hearing from the community and what the priorities need to be in tasking where we're at for our overtime. And so I do believe that there is a commitment on a quarterly basis, and such as the, you know, hiring 4 officers, if we are so lucky to hire more. I believe that there has been a commitment to address that as we go as well.
As far as I just add into Shannon is to say that we met just as recently as Friday. Because for me, this is about also really reviewing our practices and being clear what our priorities are as a community, making sure it's clear with the police department and responsive to the community, and that we're not simply putting money into overtime when we could be thinking about our practices. What are the alternatives? I understand there's constraints, but I've asked for a deep dive on the transport, the custody issues. It's a lot of hours for an officer to sit with someone. And are there other solutions out there that we can be thinking about to leverage our partners to think differently? I've heard many examples, which we don't have time to go into right now, around what other police departments are or are not doing when they're dropping people off at the Burlington-based hospital, and then where the BPD picks up, I think unfairly. So there's lots to explore, and I want to make sure we're looking again at practices and our priorities before we're just simply putting more money into overtime. Because that, at the end of the day, overtaxes our officers, doesn't help with recruitment and retention, and certainly doesn't help the bottom line for what city taxpayers are being asked to fund. So I am hopeful that we are in this space of collaboration and partnership of figuring out a new solution. So we all know the community safety advisors are also trying to name some low-hanging fruit and ideas of how we can, try to trim things. I've also been meeting folks internally within the city departments around trying things on these hotspots and other ways, but they're informed a strategic collaborative approach and not just dictation from my office around where I think we should be focusing overtime efforts. I just want it to be thoughtful and I want it to reflect the
I'll let other councilors ask.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter.
Just a quick clarification, the chief made a comment about whether you can post a job. I am very sure several years ago, we were told by a former city attorney that unless the positions were approved, they were not to post them. So I really think that needs to be clarified, because that was my recollection, that the department could not post jobs that were not approved.
But they are.
Well, I just want that clear, because I heard the chief say he can't post them. And if he can post them, then, because this was sort of a hangover from several years ago, so.
We'll double check that. The authorized headcount for sworn officers is 87. It's not changed. That won't change in this budget. What you have budgeted in terms of the amount we are putting in the line item is 10 more, because that was based on our conversations and the reality of hiring. So none of that has changed, and those are all approved positions. Just to reiterate, we'll put it again in the budget resolution language to be super clear, because that's where I think clarity is, not in the depths of a
And I would
budget
want
line
to see it for the CSOs as well.
and CSOs as well, but if we stumble across extra CSOs who are well qualified, extra sworn officers who are well qualified, above the 10, above the 8, then absolutely we'll make mid-year adjustments. I am as committed as all of you.
And again, I just bring, because there was a conversation several years ago about not being able to post, and I want to make sure they can post.
I will double check that, but that is.
They weren't able to post because the cap hadn't been changed. That after the CNA was able to complete their review, then the cap was changed again, allowing the department to post. If I'm remembering correctly, because the cap was lower, they weren't allowed to post.
Just I'm asking the right question to just double check this. You're talking specifically about sworn officers or in general about positions that are.
In general position, but tonight or this minute, the CSOs and sworn officers.
Okay. I'll double check. These are, I know these are all approved, but I'll double check the. My new caucus colleague here and I don't have that collective knowledge, so we will figure it out. Okay. Councilor Carpenter was my last in the queue. Would anyone else like to weigh in before we wrap up on this agenda? Councilor Travers, and then we'll go back. Then I'm gonna see where we are.
Yeah.
9:30.
Yes, thanks, and thanks very much for this presentation. I guess my main concern is by not budgeting for these additional positions, are we giving ourselves the flexibility as we move across FY25 to think creatively about this, to try new solutions, to get new officers through the door? I really appreciate all the efforts that you put into getting the numbers that we've had over the course of the past year. As we look back to, 5, 6 years ago, though, I suspect that when you were bringing 12 new officers through the door, you were probably turning some folks away, given the number of applications that you had back then. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that based on the number of applications you have now, that figure, while it's a good figure, you're not turning anyone away. And we need to be thinking about how are we gonna get an uptick in getting more folks through the door, such that you have choices to make. That would be the best case scenario from my perspective. And while I trust you're doing everything and appreciate the numbers that are there, I'm concerned when I see that slide that says that we're not getting back up to 87 until 2027. I'm also concerned that as we, look at new recruits, there's a certain amount of time that goes into a new recruit coming through the door. They have to go through the academy and so on. So, from my perspective, I would want to be thinking more about what more can we do to act as quickly as we possibly can to get pre-certified laterals into the department, folks who can start in the coming weeks or months, and not folks who have to go through the academy and won't really be able to take on a full assignment until a number of months, if not years down the line. So I really appreciate your comments with respect to some more outside the box type thinking. Can we be thinking about relocation and housing incentives? Can we be thinking about a incentive bonus to current employees who bring in a new hire? My understanding is your unionized sworn officers don't have paid family leave available to them right now. Is there some mid-contract adjustment we could be offering to put that benefit on the table in the same way that it's available to non-unionized city employees? You mentioned, Chief, the step 7 cap on laterals. My understanding is that one step is equivalent to 1 year's experience. So if you're a police officer with 10 years experience, 12 years experience, I don't see you coming to Burlington from the state police or from another agency across the state, because you're undoubtedly going to have to take a pay cut. And I think we are, sort of, that would be hamstringing ourselves when we have those types of hurdles in place. And as we look towards the FY25 budget, to go back to my original point, I want to make sure that we have enough resources on the table such that we, as we move across FY25, we have those resources to think about some of these initiatives. If we're not going to be able to hire up, 20 officers over the next year, I would want to make sure that the resources that would theoretically go to those additional officers are available to some of these other initiatives. That's my gut reaction to the presentation, with some of the things I'll be thinking about as we proceed over the coming weeks here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cumbers. And I think we're gonna wrap up with Councilor Grant.
Hi, thanks. Under the position for public information officer and community engagement, I would really like to see us look at that position doing some of the digital advertising. It is something that could be taught and I think would fall into that position, as well as taking a look at where we need to be with regards to the social media campaign. When the job description for that position was being discussed, that was one of the expectations of it. And just briefly, traffic stops, they're just like a kind of sore area for me, because one of the reasons we had such a dramatic drop in them was an issue around racial disparities, and also 2019 article where representatives of POA talked about how they weren't confident about the city protecting them in a lawsuit, as opposed to having a full understanding of the issues at hand around the disparities in the traffic stops. So that is something that we need to keep in mind. And I guess the last thing I'll say is I mean, I know we need to do traffic stops, but we have such serious issues. You know, I know tonight you've been copied on the email regarding activity near Decker and also on Church Street, very close to Decker. This is really outrageous what's happening, and it is just literally a time bomb for people to get seriously hurt. That's what we need staffing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Shannon. Staff for the entire meeting, which I very much acknowledge and appreciate, and being the final pre-law, but I do appreciate you sitting through and being here and taking on questions. All right, are we ready for the last agenda item? Which is me. Okay, so I sent out a memo to all of you. It is posted on the website as well, and apologies for not getting this sooner for posting, but it is a short memo that's like to briefly walk you through the concept and what this is like my commitment to report back to you by this last budget informational meeting around strategic investments in community safety that are outside of our classic police like fire or the CRTs in there. My efforts here when I first came to all of you to report on the $13.1 million budget gap, and then my attempts to try to find additional resources because I knew we needed to do strategic and more comprehensive approach to looking at our community safety needs. I convened about 2.5 to 3 weeks ago. Folks throughout the city, in terms of city department heads in this room, we have about 20 folks ranging from the police department to the parks department to the WD, etc. And we generated a lot of initial ideas and thoughts about what should we do as a city in terms of this moment of trying to find the resources. What would we do? There was a much longer list. Half of it was policy related, some of it was money related. So I went through it with my team in my office to say what could we come up with, and I waited on producing this because the numbers were still in flux, whether we were going to have more than 13.1, if we were just going to be able to plug this gap more or not. So we were able to have about $425,000 ahead of the 13.1 gap. So what you're going to see in front of you are 4 things I will be proposing to add into the fiscal year 25 budget. The first, it's already going to be part of the fire department's budget and paid from opioid settlement funds. I can't even talk anymore. It's so late. And just an edit, Catherine actually said it's $250,000. I'm just looking at the memo here to continue for the entire year our CRT program, the Community Response Team program. I think it's incredibly important. It's been filling an important need, and I think it's a really, while we figure out our larger, more effective and efficient way of delivering community safety and supporting folks in need, especially who are struggling with substance opioid use disorder. I think it's important for us to continue the program. That won't be general funds, just to be clear, it's the opioid settlement funds. And later in this process, in the last week or so, Brad helped my chief of staff go through all of the opioid settlement funds. There are many cases coming to the city. The city was smart enough a few years ago, and will not get all these details right, to sign on to a lot of these settlement or a lot of these cases, and we directly are going to receive funds. There's also money still separately that the state's collecting from these same lawsuits. So we conservatively looked at what the city could be looking to pull from these settlements this fiscal year and for 10 to 15 to 20 years from here. So this is not one-time, one-year funding. So that's what we're trying to really estimate in a conservative way. The next item I'd like to really propose, as I have been in this role for almost 2 months now, is I do see, as I said on the campaign, and I do see it clearly now, a need for us to, within my office, have someone to really look at how we're doing community safety, more expansive understanding across silos of city departments, looking at our current need, looking at engaging our partners outside of city government, including the Howard Center, UVM Medical Center, and others, to be looking at best approaches, looking at other communities who have been working and grappling with these issues and frankly are ahead of us in figuring out more, I think, responsive ways to be delivering and working towards safer communities. So that would be a temporary position when emphasized. I see it really as a someone to help convene and think strategically and make some strong recommendations of how we think about structure the work, how we do the work, how we collaborate on the work as a city. The last 2 items, the next item comes directly from our library. You've probably heard this, I've heard this from our director over there, and I've seen it myself as a frequent user of the library with my kids. We need more security and support for the library in terms of engaging, or supporting the staff with the community that they're trying to support there. And what's happening outside their building, what's happening inside their building. And so I think it's a very reasonable ask that while we just need to show up and respond to those needs. That's increasing their private security they're using, as well as getting some social work resources for them to engage folks in a compassionate way, but one where there's accountability, but also supporting librarians who are not, it's not their job to addressing the acute need that's happening in their space. And then finally, I alluded to this before, I think, although maybe it was another meeting, the need for us to have a more organized approach to how folks are camping on public lands. And that piece of back to even just public bathrooms and the reality that we are forcing behavior in other places when we shut down access to public resources such as public bathrooms. And so this is a modest line item to help the folks who are working across departments right now to come up with a proposal, which I will bring to the city council in full, around how do we support folks who are camping on public lands to make sure there's a place where people can have access to porta potties, a dumpster, water, basic minimal levels of sort of a dignified existence while we grapple with the fact that there's nowhere else for people to go. Shelter beds, we have a state system that is broken and not responsive, and Burlington is holding a disproportionate amount of what's happening in the state. To Councilor Carpenter's point, I think it's very important us to document this and to be very clear-eyed and direct when the legislature comes back into session next year around the disproportionate impact that the city is holding, not only for the county, but I would argue for the state. But this to me is a humane and attempt to be strategic in the short term around where we need to be better utilizing some of our limited resources. There might be some opportunity to maybe look at settlement funds to partially fund this as well. But for now, I think that's an important piece of these additional revenues down. So just to clarify, I also added in the second page of the memo, I just want to be clear as we move into handing this budget over to the council. The other parts that already exist in the fiscal year 25 budget, because you've now heard from all the departments, I sort of bulleted this list to make sure people know that we have done significant investments in the operational budgets for police and fire. These are estimated numbers, of course, between fiscal year 24 and 25. Those are the two budgets to receive general fund resourcing that we specifically, the last administration and I continued this request to say, we are not asking you to cap or limit or reduce. We're trying to keep things functioning and keep up and invest in additional hires and additional resources to make sure that they are able to do what they need to do for our community to be safe. This budget includes $344,000 for BTV Cares to be implemented and to start and to use that state grant that we've received. It includes hiring of 10 sworn officers we've talked about here tonight. It includes also authorizing up to the limit of 87 officers, and that will be clear in the budget resolution. Fully staffing our firefighters, $500,000 for private security that we did not cut, we're continuing and in some cases increase to support other city departments because we have limited capacity in other places. And then finally, in that strange budget, that's regional programs that will become clearer in this next fiscal year. But I very purposely, we did not cut what I consider direct services that support in the grant, but the larger concept of community safety around the critical services to folks who are victims of violence, especially gender-based violence, folks who are needing support to be in recovery at the Turning Point Center. We did not drop funding that the city has committed in years prior. To me, that's part of this comprehensive, what I mean by a budget that I think within our means is able to deliver concrete community safety to the city of Burlington. So I hope you all consider that. I'm sure you're going to dive into it. I look forward to it, but this is our attempt to deliver within the budget and then a little bit more in a strategic way that shows up. Who wants to ask me a question? It is 9:43. Can't wait to hear what questions or comments you might have. Councilor Carpenter.
My question is comment and piggybacking on Councilor Traverse's comment about making sure we have the resources as we need them through the year, as opposed to the end of the year. And I think part of that conversation has to come from the operational study that needs to happen immediately. And I suspect as part of that, we'll not be able to guarantee that all the current city employees remain in place. There's gonna have to be. That's the whole point of an operations study, that I have to think there'll be some merging of functions. There's probably redundancy, not pointing fingers at anybody in particular. That was the whole goal of the study when we originally authorized it. Which means to say that by January, we may have to say, over here, we're gonna have to shrink to make money over there. And I'm sort of pointing that out and saying, it's gonna be hard for me. I don't think I can guarantee my constituents that we can keep all the positions, because part of the operational study has to tell us something's gotta go. And that's, unless somebody falls $3 million upon us, then that's fiscal year. That's how we're gonna get to X. So that's my.
No, I appreciate that, and that is definitely the work we did with due process to the city employees.
Understood, I mean, that's why we have those in place.
Yep.
Nobody wants to hear we're reducing positions, but it's all about priorities of what positions, and not that they're not, the people, not that they're even not highly functioning, simply a priority of resources.
Dr. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. To that point, I believe that it has been covered. Regrettably, this study was not started in a timely fashion to be effective for using results of the study in the FY25 budget. And I believe the administration is being really clear about how it is a major goal of this coming fiscal year to, first of all, get the finalized version of this study and really look at it for structural changes in the future. And that's been mentioned a couple of times. I'm loving this document, this memo. This is showing some out of the box thinking in terms of recognizing certain things that we have to do. My concern about the opioid settlement funds is that we've been in a really difficult position with the state and lack of leadership from the governor with regards to getting these funds released in a timely fashion. And it would be great to have periodic updates about this, like where do we stand with the amounts that we are requesting and need versus the approval versus when they actually give the money. Because one of the big things the previous administration kept running into was submitting programs, which you can't get off the ground until you have the money, having the approval, and then the money wasn't being fully sent out. So it'd be great to have more communication about where we stand and how we resolve that at the state level.
One thing I want to clarify for my own knowledge as well is the difference between local money that's going directly to the city of Burlington versus money that's going to the state, and things that a prior administration, the city in the past has applied to through the actual state level oversight committee, and then do have lots of issues around relief of those funds in a timely manner. I want to tease that out because my understanding is that the money that is due directly to the city goes directly to the city, it doesn't pass to the state. I need to clarify that. And separate from, in addition to, because we also know that H72, which shout out to the governor, if you want to return my phone call, I would love to know what you're doing on H72. I have called him and I have not received a message back, and I sent him a letter and I've not received any response going on 2 weeks. So that is a specific pilot for Burlington, and to make sure that we are having direct line of communication and responsiveness and timeliness from the state, assuming that critical piece of policy. So just had to say that. Waiting. So let me double check through Brad and when our rates are functional to get you that information, Councilor Grant, because I want to make sure we're clear too, just what is local, what is state, and whose hands does it have to pass through before we actually get it.
That would be great, because to kind of sit on some programs and not be able to move forward is so frustrating.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor Grant. See, Councilor Whitman and then Councilor Barlow, and then Councilor Shannon. We're gonna hit 10 o'clock, y'all. This is like a new record.
Well, it's important
Counselor
for us
Littman.
to be here, so I'm happy to do it. Counselor Carpenter really, I thought, took the words out of my head. And so I just wanted, as we think about right-sizing budgets and we're looking at these budgets, I do think we are going to have to make decisions, even more decisions that we maybe wouldn't want to make in other situations. So I would just leave that there. The second thing is about the bathrooms. It's like a small issue, but I almost feel like that's an issue that's intersecting with several different departments, with Parks and Rec, with Green Mountain Transit, and then of course, however you're looking at providing it for different camping sites or whatever the future plans are. And I would just encourage us to really look at, do we have the labor force that's able to keep those bathrooms clean? I met with staff of GMT who work at that transit center, and they're having to shut that bathroom down almost hourly for biohazard situations. And so I just want to say, when we're shutting down bathrooms, it's not because we want to, and they can't always get somebody over there to clean it. So an incident happens, and now it takes an hour for somebody to get from across town who's doing another job with GMT to get down there to clean the bathroom, only to have another biohazard incident an hour later. And we still have, a bathroom in City Hall Park that needs constant cleaning, and yet folks are going to the bathroom on Church Street regularly. And so I don't know if $50,000 is going to cover it. And I don't know if we have the custodial workforce to be able to service that scale at 24 hours a day. So I leave that there. I don't know if we have answers, certainly not tonight, but it's a concern.
Thank you, Councilor Littman. Councilor Shannon?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to note that I remain concerned about what the sanctioned camping plan is. Where are the dumpsters going to go? Where are the porta potties going to go? And as somebody who lived next to Sears Lane and experienced that on a daily basis, I want you to know that we did bring in porta potties there, and we did bring in a dumpster there. And the neighbors went in, including myself, and cleaned the whole place up multiple times. And each time it was a disaster area again within a week. And it was hazardous to those living there, as well as those living in the surrounding area, as well as the commuters who were coming to the commuter parking lot there. There was a lot of violence, crossbow arrows going into the commuter parking lot right by the head of a commuter, one being lodged in a garage, in a neighbor's garage on the way to his yard. And other events like that, when you allow these areas that are kind of lawless, a hierarchy kind of fills in that void. And we have repeatedly found that these areas become violent. A trans person was murdered in an encampment. And I don't think any of us want that. And I am very concerned that by having these sanctioned camping areas, we're attracting even more problems than we already have. And I'll also acknowledge that this is a really tough question that I don't think any of us have great answers to. But I am concerned about that approach. And I'd like to know where these areas are going to be. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Shannon. And as I said before, we are working on, looking at past lessons, past experiences with this, trying to really, provide a proposal that is different, that is trying something that's in a fashion that's a bit more organized than the past couple of years. And this is, once we have it ready, we'll bring it and we can, talk about it and get really into the details, but I appreciate people's concerns. And yeah, I don't have something to present to you right now, so stop talking, my brain is now, it's like frequently shutting down. Counselor Barlow.
Mine is as well, so
Yeah.
my question.
Okay.
I guess first as a comment, I agree with, what Counselor Shannon and Counselor Lippman cited, to 50,000 doesn't seem nearly enough to provide the services and the staff that I believe would be required to keep order. We did have problems in Sears Lane, we did have problems in Philadelphia, we did have problems on Battery Street. And I'm not sure what the answers are, as I said, but 50,000 isn't gonna go very far, so I'm not sure what we can do. But I'm looking forward to hearing what the idea is. Clearly, what we're doing now is working. And to hearing more. And the other is a question really about the 150,000 for more security and a social worker at the library. And I would say as part of that conversation, we should ask what is the attraction of the library, and perhaps we could relocate some of whatever is making the library the focus of that activity. We could potentially relocate that activities maybe somewhere else. I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend I know, but it seems to be a locus for a lot of unsavory activity. This is where at least 2 attacks on pedestrians or in the neighborhood have happened. And it's not a very inviting space now for people that want to use the. So I would just say, as we explore more security and social work, we all social worker for that space, we think about what's making that space need more security. Is the 500,000 for continued funding for supplemental private security in addition to this 150 that's proposed?
Yes, because that represents mostly existing contracts, including right here in City Hall. There's a little bit of an increase folks on Board of Finance will recall that we did for a Waterfront, some adjustments and whatnot. But that's largely continuing existing contracts. And one thing I'll just mention, because Mary Dacko has said this to me, it's like when we shut down, for example, the City Hall public bathroom, everyone went to the library. I mean, part of this, I don't want to overemphasize more than is necessary, but the acute issue of not accessing public bathrooms in the downtown core of our city has dramatically impacted to the negative our library. And when the coordinated services, whatever it's called, that Chittenden, when that started to reduce its hours, that also has had a direct impact. They saw increased behavior and traffic at the library. So this is where I think again, coordination, when one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing, it has another entity is unprepared, starts to receive and hold a lot of what's going on. And so this is why we just have to do things differently and be better coordinated about it all, not offering magical solutions here, but that's part of what I've directly heard from leadership in the library. Yeah, and there's more, but that's what I'm saying. All right, y'all, it is 9:58 p.m. Who's gonna say that final word? Be super careful over there. How about like one
I
final
keep doing 20
thought?
seconds, but I'll do real fast.
Council Grant and then Council Kane, and I'm watching you, so we can try to end this in the next like.
So,
please, thank you.
With regards to the library, I've spent a lot of time down there and I spent a lot of time over the last 2 years talking to library staff. Library staff has also attended Sarah Russell's meetings. The attraction with regards to the library, so when you look at the bus shelter there, it's a shelter. It keeps people out of the elements. They're able to sit there. It's an area that they can congregate. The library has constant talking about the lack of bathrooms. The library has public bathrooms that are still available to people. They can go in, they can escape the elements.
there's just a whole variety of reasons as to why that is an attractive space. With regard to that. With regard to the camping, I appreciate what the new administration has said before in that there is going to need to be research for a space with regards to our reactions to the various types of camping that have been occurring in the city. It's all been reactive, right? Sears Lane, we were reactive all the way. We were never proactive in that situation. And when it was brought up in the previous administration that with the looming hotel crisis, we needed to be proactive because we knew that we had a dramatic increase of camp. The state was handing out tents and sleeping bags. We knew they were doing that. We had no proactive strategy. So we have been reactive to what has been happening. And the last thing I'll say with regards to the money, I do agree with what Councilor Barlow is saying, but I know that there's hidden costs in other departments because when people report encampments on St. Clair Fitz, that's somebody from DPW going out or referring that to park rangers. So we already have absorbed massive costs for these cleanups that we've been doing in these areas for some time now without really tracking it, right? So big mystery to solve with regards to that. So that money we're already spending somewhere. People are already doing that work in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Yes, Councilor Kane.
I'll be super brief. Counselor Shannon, I appreciate, and understand how bad the experience was in your neighborhood with Sears Lane. That said, knocking doors, just in like King Maple neighborhood, like a lot of people did pick up on just the closure of Sears Lane, like really triggering things getting worse in the downtown, as we've been discussing here. So this whole conversation again is reminding me about the renal models, but I just want to reiterate that there are innovative approaches that other cities have taken, including as discussed at the February 15th Burlington Business Association Summit that I'm happy to send anyone. It's on like YouTube, Town Meeting TV, and I think merits further consideration.
Councilor Kane. All right, I'm gonna call it. That's it. That was an epic meeting. I appreciate this is actually the official end of the Marvelous Nights of May. I question that title at this point of the process.
They need to rename it.
Right, maybe there would be a motion next time though about renaming Marvelous Nights of May. So with that, seeing no further business, I adjourn the meeting of the Board of Finance at 10:02 p.m. Thank you all.